Howdy, howdy. Welcome, everyone. Yep, there we go. Welcome to the office hours. Welcome to the AstroPub. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? So, this is the office hours. This is a live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, where we just talk about Star Citizen. It's a live stream, so if you're wondering why is this a 4-hour thing, I just want to take a look at the Geo and the Golem. I'm hoping I can actually get access to the Geo and the Golem. If not, we'll kind of look through some other stats that can be pulled off, and a lot of people talking, but I can tell you, generally speaking, that we'll watch the video for the Geo, and the Golem is I believe a minor for Drake. It's their answer to the Prospector. In your last 48 hours, yeah, I could tell. You originally said to my last 48 hours of sleep, I had an incredible total of 3 hours of them have been slept. Yeah. Drake Cutter size miner. It's a little bit bigger than Drake Cutter, but not by much. It's about the same sort of body frame and such. So let me pull up that real quick. All right, as always, I'm gonna steal stuff from Reddit. These are awful pictures. Yeah, it's a little bit better. From Psycho Boy on Reddit. It's like the Cutter extra long. But it's got the Cutter engines, so. So this is the back end. This is the mule entrance. I love it. The back end, I believe. It might be the front end. That's the back end right here. This is the cockpit view. It's basically the mule, which is nice. But you can see the back end here. It's like a little bit longer than the mule, or than the Cutter. And these are detachable. So you can remove these. There are 2 of them you can remove and reattach. So that is the front. No, it's not. What do you mean the sound is a little? Y'all, pick a freaking choice. All right. Is it too low or too high? I swear to God. Hey, 404, how you doing? We finally have drop pods we've been waiting for. Plus, they come with a mining laser. Yeah. I swear to God, that's the one thing that's going to drive me crazy throughout the entirety of my content creation career. Someone comes on and says, Paul, I love your content. It's amazing, but can you turn up the volume? And then like the next video or the next live stream, like, Paul, I love your content. You're great, but could you turn down the volume? I can barely hear you. Like, what? One of my favorite was someone complained that my that the ad volume was too high compared to my stream. Like I had a control over the volume of the ads. But I like the Golem looks interesting. I will say that it's exactly. I think I pitched this exact thing a couple of years ago, where it's just like a Drake cockpit with an exterior attachment at the back. I think it was supposed to be like a refueler though, where you just had like a thing in the back where you had to actually EVA and like pull the line out.
Paul, my ears are being blasted. Please turn up your volume and make it quieter, please.
God damn it, ears. But yeah, looks good, looks neat. Paul, I love your content, you're amazing, but can you have less of you in it? That's actually what, I think there was one comment on a YouTube video that legitimately said that. It's like, could you just not be in it? I like what you do, but I don't like you. It's like, fuck you then. And it wasn't like in a joking manner. It was like a dead serious sort of situation. All right. The Golem will get me to use my C2? Yeah, because it's small enough that it can fit in other ships. I don't think it'll be able to fit in the back of a Corsair, but it should be able to fit in the back of a few other things, like the C2. At least they're honest. They can at least get honestly banned from ever from the channel. Hey, Shem. You can put 3 in a C2. Damn. Not only do we get a mining ship, but we also get a mining mech. It's only it's very short, so I'll pull up the video so we can watch it together. I'm also going to do a capsule, but that capsule is going to be the patch watch. We're going to look through the patch watch and like what they've added and stuff like that. Ooh, bonus lore. Jump jets. Jump jets. Thank you, Mike. I'm gonna turn this up pretty high so you can hear, but so it might drown me out. If I want to talk, I'll be under a little bit.
Paul the First would like to apologize for making fun of your haters for 2 Redeemer. I bought on and it fucking sucks.
No jump jets for the ATLS. It gets arrestor jets. I'll go over my theory on that here in a moment. Man, should I just do a... Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, chat. Even though I don't do React videos, really, I'm going to do this only because of my love of big stompy robots. All right, let's do it.
Them biddies.
Paul, I love everything about your content. Could you please change just a couple things? Like, your face, your voice, the stream music, the background, the game, and like, everything else? That'd be just Gria.
Thank you, Iris. I'm gonna mute everything now. I'm gonna turn off your fun button and everything else like that, so. chicks dig giant robots. They do. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Actually, wait, no, I've got this. I've got this, chat. I know how to introduce this. 2 seconds. You're not gonna fancy. All right, chat, I got this. I got the answer. Okay, you ready, chat? Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. There's a reason why I put that helmet on, because for those of you who don't know me, I am a longtime fan of big stompy robots. So mechs, mecha, genre in general has been something I've loved since I was a small Paul. And I have jokingly and not so jokingly said that I think that mechs would be a great addition to Star Citizen, and I was a big supporter of the ATLS when it came out, even when everybody else was getting mad at it. So today, I usually don't do reaction videos, but I do want to watch this video on the latest addition to Star Citizen's sort of power armor lineup, the Argo ATLS GEO. And I do want to also talk a little bit about what it might mean for the future of the game, especially when it comes to armor and some things that people have been requesting a lot, because I do think this is sort of a sneaky segue into that. But before we do that, let's watch the video so we can understand exactly what the Argo ATLS GEO is according to CIG's own words.
The Atlas is a power suit that assists players loading cargo into their ship with a tractor beam.
So it's supposed to work as a cargo carrier in your personal hangar to move giant boxes around. Now we are introducing the ATLS GEO, and that is a mining mech.
The GEO
Also, they call it a mech, okay? They call it a mech.
Whose beam is a vehicle mining beam.
But with the press of a button, you can reduce the power to fit the expected power of an FPS mineable. The GEO does not have the regular tractor beam, it only comes with the mining arm and the mining laser. But the biggest improvement or the biggest addition that the GEO will have is a giant backpack.
It's like one of the regular cargo boxes. You can just pop it in. It'll fill it with ore as you mine.
And it's got a little multi-tool storage on the bottom where you have your multi-tool, mining gadget, and the big FPS tractor beam.
You can also bring spare containers. So once the container on your back is full, you can then detach it and replace it with a new one. But the most unique thing about the GEO is a new functionality. Jump and hover.
So the jumping is my favourite bit of it. It lets you jump quite high. You've got to charge up the jump first, of course, but then you can leap quite big distances.
You can enforce the jump or simmer down the jump or the landing process by firing the thrusters.
You can press space to jump and then keep pressing space or hold it to give a thrust and kind of fly.
While you're in the air, you can maintain a small hover. You can adjust your aiming as you're landing. If you get stuck in a ravine or something, you can jump out to escape.
It's hilarious. It's fun.
We also did some updates to the existing Atlas, so it has now a health bar integrated into the frame, so you always see the health status of your Atlas. It also has a battery slot now, not used as of now, but will be used once the engineering gameplay comes in. And apart from that, we did some tweaks to the animations, so there are some death animations that we now have.
We've added some small thrusters that allow you to land a little bit more gracefully when you're falling from a cliff, or when you jump out of a ship, or falling from a greater height. I'm a vehicle artist, but I love big robots just as much.
It's much smaller than the Rock, so you can compact it back in the cargo bay of a bigger ship much easier. I personally enjoy it more because it's a big stompy robot.
So we hope that you are excited for the new ATLS GEO. We are really happy to give it out the way it is right now. It gives us also some opportunity to revisit some of the FPS mining and RC mining, and we are happy to continue developing or continue improving or expanding on the Atlas going forward.
All right. All right. So, you may have caught I made a Starship Troopers reference because yes, as someone else pointed out, it's a clan elemental is what we're looking at, but it's industrial. And somebody else actually pointed out earlier that in almost all mecha fiction, mechs start off as industrial applications and then move into being combat applications. So the obvious answer is if CIG is already updating the ATLS with new variants, we're probably going to get the combat variant sooner rather than later. We know that the combat variant of the ATLS, which isn't made by Argo, it's made by Virgil Ltd. Virgil Limited, the company that makes a lot of the armor, like the advocacy armor. And the fun fact, so far they call it the Zeus system. And these suits are all colloquially in the universe called Titan suits. We don't know why, but that's just what they call them. So the if they're iterating on it, and we know that they actually showed up in the Squadron 42 monthly reports that they were working on the Titan suits to make them function. We know that it's going to be in there. The question is that will CIG hold it back until the release of Squadron 42, or they release it sooner? That's a good question. I wouldn't put the bets on it being sooner because CIG seems to have a lot of backlog of vehicles and ships that they're releasing this year. Pretty much 1 or 2 every patch, which is pretty big. And that's the reason why we got same things like the Mark II Hornet and the F-8C earlier. Why we got them like last year and a year before that was because they didn't have a ton of people left in their ship team, and so they still needed to sell ships, so they decided to take what they had already had completed with Squadron 42 and release it. Now that's not confirmed, but based off of what we've seen, that's the case. So that's the reason why those assets got moved over. I do believe that now CIG's in a good position where, as a result, we probably won't see the Titan suit, the combat version, coming out until closer to Squadron 42. So I wouldn't take it as that, but there are 2 things they mentioned specifically in there. Number 1, jump jets. People have been asking for something like jump jets for traversal since the beginning of the project. It didn't always make sense based off of what CIG wanted to do, but as long as there is some sort of limitation, better mobility in combat is probably not a bad thing, especially since when you're jumping around, you're creating you're like, skylining yourself. It's a lot easier to see you. And they've also added the addition of things like effectively wall hacks with the FPS scanning that I don't think it would be too out of place for some sort of combat armor that has some kind of jump jet technology, at least with the Titan suits, if not smaller armors, or at least like a backpack slot you can use. But the fact that it's in there means that they have that technology. And it's important to note that CIG rarely ever just develops one thing and sits on it. They usually develop something so they can specifically reuse that in future, like armor or weapons or ships. The other ship that was not displayed but was in the game for a bit for testing was the Drake Gollum, and it's a great example of reuse because like the cockpit is basically the mule, and the engines are from the cutter. It's all sort of a kit bash of creating a mining ship. So CIG is in that stage of using the assets they have and building out asset libraries so they can then use those assets to create various things much quicker, iterate much faster. I do believe also this means that we're going to see more ATLS variants this year. There is a famous image, which I will pull up and show you all, which has been around the community for literal years. This has been around since, I think, 2019. This. What does this look like? You see the little arm? And what is it doing? It's salvager. This was originally supposed to be what people thought was the cutter. This is at least what X thought. And if you look at this arm, it looks almost exactly like the little mounted arm of the Atlas, of the ATLS. My belief is that this was a concept art image of the original ATLS back when they were trying to figure out what they wanted to do with it. Because obviously they were always going to develop the Titan suit. It's one of the big parts of the game that they had talked about many times. They used references to like the Max suits in Planetfall. Yeah, Planetfall. As an inspiration. So they were always going to have those suits, and as CIG likes to reuse assets if they can, then they clearly were going to do some industrial applications or different versions of them as well. So this, I believe, was an initial early version of the ATLS in terms of concept. And I do believe we're going to see this specific suit in the game. Maybe it doesn't look exactly like this, but a hard vacuum EVA rated salvage ship, ATLS mech. Now, why would this be important? Because I have heard some people say that they're kind of upset that the ATLS didn't get jump jets, but the GEO did. And the reason why is gameplay purposes. The ATLS, well, in general, Argo is all about, in the lore, because I'm going to use the lore for some of this justification. Argo is all about infrastructure, bringing infrastructure to places that do not have infrastructure, like mobile repair, or like what they have is with their towing vessels. They have their raft, which also acts as its own crane to unload all of its like big containers. They've got the MPUV, which supplements stations and other things with it's kind of like a flying version of a tractor beam. So they've got a lot of different focuses, mostly on bringing infrastructure to places that don't have it. The ATLS is very good for ships that don't have tractor beams. So in video game terminology, what that means is that the ATLS is designed, the base version is designed to work as a ship tractor beam in places that don't have tractor beams to assist loading and unloading. It's perfect for things like the C2. Why would it only have something like arrestor jets rather than jump jets? And the argument is it might need to be effectively paradropped to a location. A ship may not be able to land at a location, so in gameplay you would walk this off the edge of a larger ship to drop it down to a location where it could then start setting up and moving boxes for smaller ships to come in and pick up boxes and extract out. It doesn't need to be jumping around to do things to be able to load it on the boxes. But the Geo is specifically designed for exploration, mining, going out into areas to mine in a sort of compact package compared to the rock. And so it does need to be able to jump because it's going to get itself into places that it can't get out of easily, or it's going to have to go to places which are more rugged, which is harder for it to maneuver. So the jump jets are effectively testing the technology of jump jets, which they might use in other places, but it makes sense for the Geo where it doesn't always make sense for the ATLS because it doesn't need to do that. It would be cool if it did, but I understand why they didn't do it. And I say hence like what I talked about with there's going to be a third version, I think, which will be EVA rated specifically so, and it will be designed to go around an EVA, hard vacuum, but still have all of the advantages of being an armor with, salvage scraper. So the sort of variant ideas that each variant is designed for a specific purpose using the same chassis. The other thing I want to point out is that they are giving the basic ATLS, these sorts of arrestor jets. One of the things that people have been asking for a long time is some way to eject from your ship while not actually dying on impact in places that have anti-gravity. So people have been asking for parachutes. The thing is that in the Star Citizen universe and in gameplay, it doesn't make a lot of sense to develop parachutes because not every place would make sense to have parachutes. So having some sort of sci-fi equivalent to parachutes, people have mentioned grav chutes or jump jets. I call it the suicide burn jets. I'm going to probably have to edit that because YouTube doesn't like that word. But it'll need some sort of way of slowing its descent. And so I believe the versions that they're adding to the ATLS base is likely the test variants for a future technology added to, say, like a backpack slot for pilots to be able to eject and then land safely. Something that'll slow you down, but it won't let you kind of bounce around like a bunny. So there's a lot of stuff that we can pull from this alone. There is at least, we're getting more ATLSs. The combat mech is probably coming along the way. And all of these technologies are likely going to be integrated into other things we haven't seen yet, which may be other Titan suits, maybe armor variants, and almost certainly will be sort of the survival packs that we'll get for ejecting and surviving from an ejection in atmosphere. It's a little bit long, but my brain went all over those places for this, and I was like, hey, I love Stompy Robots. I want to see more Stompy Robots in the game, and this is a great sort of way of saying Stompy Robots are now becoming a test platform for CIG to add new tech to the game, which is neat. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Am I crazy? Am I coping? Am I hitting the hopium too hard? Have you tried any of these out? I have heard that the current arrestor jets on the ATLS don't work, but PTU kind of thing. So the fact that they're adding them to them is interesting. Let me know that in the comments below. Join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific to join this wonderful chat who will lie to you and say this is live. And as always, if you enjoyed this, hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Escape pods. I'm not leaving right now, Spike. I was just recording something. Don't go anywhere. I'm not wrapping up. This is just a recording. No. I just started. I was literally only 30 minutes in. I don't usually do like reaction videos. I wanted to do this because I'm like, I like stumpy robots. Those of you who know me, who've been watching me long enough, know that I love mechs, mecha, all that sort of thing. No, the video specifically said the ATS was getting functioning thrusters. Yes, but it wasn't getting functioning thrusters in order to bounce around. It was designed to slow it down. In the video, they said it's designed to survive long drops. Why didn't they drop it behind the ship for the Golem? I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't ready yet. I mean, they did pull both of them from testing, I believe. I have an entire Tau army, Jin. With mostly battle suits. I will eventually get to the Imperial Knights. Right now, I've got... I still have to finish up my Marines. I have to finish up my Astro Militarum. I do have to paint a couple more battle suits. I've got a Riptide that I got to paint up for the Tau. I've got my Orcs to finish up, which includes Killicans. And yeah, so like, I have an entire Chaos Force, which I assembled, but I just need to paint. Are you a Battletech guy? You betcha. In fact, for my lore channel, the Astro Historian, I have been working on a primer for the Battletech universe. Basically, the classic Battletech universe, the post-Star League, the Succession Wars, but before the clan invasion. That period, the standard time that most people, like most games and most people know about, the kind of original timeline of Battletech. I'm planning on, I'm doing a primer for all of the factions, what a Battletech is, what a battle mech is, how they function. And somebody actually suggested to do a deep dive on all of the aerospace fighters of the Battletech universe as well, which I might do, because apparently nobody does any lore on them. And I'm like, I mean, I like big mechs, and I cannot lie, that's definitely a big thing. I did an entire video, lore video series, breaking down the lore and story of the Titanfall universe. It's actually one of my best performing videos and consistently gets views, so. Return to crab. I love the crab. If I could find a way to either print or buy a model of the king crab, because I was trying to find where they were sold, but I don't think they make them anymore. Catalyst they're out of print for right now. Titanfall vid is awesome, but I didn't think that's my favorite vid though. No, it's not everyone's favorite vid, but to give you context, the average views on the Astro Historian video typically right now go between 8,000 and 10,000. They usually stay around, and then they grow over time. So, but like most of them end around 10,000 views, which is really good. Not good for YouTube metrics in general, but it's like considering I was getting topping out at 5,000 in the first month of a video release just a year ago. It's pretty good. The Titanfall video gets on average 300 views a day, and has been getting 300 views a day since, well, for the last 4 months, which means every week it gets, what, 1,800 views? Over 2,000 views a week. It started off kind of slow because it's Hey, welcome everyone from Easy Skanka stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. And we all just appreciate how good the Gollum looks. The Gollum looks great. I know a lot of people think it's ugly, which, I mean, I'm a Drake fan, so I like Ratchet. There's no way that this vid doesn't do top numbers. Oh, if this is, I know what this is. I know what this is. I know what this is. I love you, nerd. Yeah, I love you. I have to unlist it because. Let me quickly look at it real quick. Okay, so this week it's a little low. In the last 48 hours, it's only had 200 views. Which is... For context, it was released in August of last year, and it currently has 130,000 views. It's like, I don't think it's the biggest... Yes, it is now the biggest, the most watched video on my channel. The second highest one is the Bengal carrier video. I think it's important to acknowledge that CIG doesn't always want to. One from Loken Stream.
Brothers, welcome.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Thank you so much, Loken, for that. Oh, Stickeroo.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my
Oh, it's not working?
game.
I'm gonna have to fix that after this.
Loken, please just resubscribe for 64 months, brother.
Brother.
Brother, thank you.
Spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Benside just resubscribed for 5 months. Pub cheers.
Thank you so much, Baneside, for that 5 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressed, Mr. Any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, I'll be right back, chat. 2 seconds. But we jumping on the bounce. We just did a video. I just recorded a video on basically what it means, what the GEO means, and the updates to the ATLS. And I think it's all good things. 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Mute your responses because they're about to spam stuff here for a moment.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Good news, everyone! Good news, everyone!
2 words. Distress bacon.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm going to take away your fun button. It's taken away. Sorry, I had to use the restroom real quick. No, I know it's not back. I gotta fix something real quick. We may not have the bot up because it's going to take me a bit, chat. Basically, the bot has to get credentials. It takes away, Twitch takes away its authentication every month, and if it doesn't alert me, it just does it. So I have to kind of there we go. All right, we're back. All right, everything should be back up and running. All right, so I will give you the basic of the rundown of what I talked about before. So for those of you who are on Loken's stream, I also have to message Loken because I'm going to be doing a longer stream tomorrow. I'm going to start streaming at 9 a.m. Eastern, so like 6 a.m. Pacific, and I'm going to be going for at least 12 hours. But I'll be going longer. It's a subathon, so like if you donate, sub, that kind of thing, we'll be going longer to a maximum of 18 hours, so till about 3 a.m. Eastern. But what was I going to say? But we're definitely going to be playing with Loken, probably playing some Space Marine during that time as well. So, what do you want to play tomorrow? Well, I'm cool with when we would do our normal time, we can do some Space Marine because I've been meaning to go back into it. But the idea is that I'll likely stream with you when you get done. I'll still be streaming. So here is the big thing. First of all, CIG doesn't develop technology like the jump jets on the ATLS. They don't develop that technology just for one thing. If they can help it, they will. If they develop something, they develop it for multiple uses. So the jump jets on the GEO are almost certainly going to be used on other things. Probably the combat model of the ATLS, we know is a Titan suit, created by Virgil. So we're probably going to see that, which means that the jump jets are here to stay. We're going to have more of them in the game. For those people who are waiting for jump packs, I can almost guarantee you this means we're going to get jump packs in the verse. I think they're going to wait to add a lot of those in until they have engineering up and running, because they want to make sure that you have to reuse fuel and stuff like that. So it's going to be a choice to use jump packs rather than just being like, whee, all over the place. The other thing that they're adding in the ATLS is not jump jets, but they're adding basically arrestor jets, so that if you're falling from a high place, you can like cushion your fall. What this tells me is that CIG, when they were developing the jump jets, or when they were developing these arrestor jets, they decided to develop the jump jets. Almost certainly, this technology is going to also be used for the thing that we've all been waiting for, which is when you eject from a ship in atmosphere. Hopefully, this means you will now be able to have something like a backpack slot you can equip, so that when you eject, you automatically slow down, or you can time yourself to slow down so you don't splat onto the surface, but save yourself from once you eject. Like the Rocketeer movie? No, more like the jump jets from Starfield. Effectively, Star Citizen is going to get parachutes, but grav chutes. But it seems like CIG isn't doing the grav technology. They're going for good old-fashioned jets. Do you think the salvage will also be a repair module? Probably. And for those of you who don't know, I'm going to show you something. What does that look like? Look at the arm. What is this? That's a penis. that's an ATLS. Like you can see in like the leg angles, you can see the arm sort of tool. That's almost exactly the same as what the ATLS looks like. Do you know when this was taken? You know when this was added to the game? 2019. 6 years ago. This shows that the ATLS design has been in the game or has been in CIG's mind for half a decade. What I believe is that this was the original concept image for the ATLS, because I believe that the ATLS is in Squadron. I believe it was originally built for Squadron to add as like a centerpiece, like when you're like walking through an area, you know, maybe being toured or go with a gun out, you see this big warehouse and you see this big, you know, like loader mechs walking around to give you sort of that, oh, this is aliens. This is supposed to be aliens. Don't you get it? This is aliens. And they figured that they would use the same technology that they were developing for the Titan suit to make an industrial version. And they talked about doing industrial versions in the past. The fact that the GEO is so different from the original ATLS, that has its own jump jets, it has a backpack, it has all these different things to it, while they're only minorly modifying the original ATLS, tells me that they're making each ATLS unique for its role. So I do believe we're going to see a salvage variant of the ATLS. It is going to be something similar to this, where it's a hard vacuum sealed version that has a salvage arm. It could be a salvage and repair arm, so similar to like the hand tool, but just slightly bigger. It will be it'll have EVA jets, so it's like a dedicated EVA maneuvering unit, and that will be the impetus for getting the BB-12, which was promised, and basically like specialized armor for EVA. Six years of polish. I wouldn't say it's 6 years of polish, but I wouldn't be surprised considering the animations on the ATLS. It's clear they put a lot of time into it. Where is this picture from? This picture is from in-game. See this? This is pre... This is from 2023. It says right here, this screenshot was taken in 2023. This is in the game. I believe it's in Lorville. It might be in Area 18, but this is an image that's on one of the hallways. I think it's in Area 18. This was an image, a promotional image that came out with the Reclaimer. But it has been added to the game for a while. Hey, what's up there? When did they create the Perseus poster that cuts the enemy ship in half? It was when it was released. When was the Perseus released? I don't remember. Where were you when clans came to Star Citizen yesterday? What? 2019? Yeah, I believe this image originates from 2019. This screenshot comes from 2023. This shows you like how, at least since 2023, this has been in the game. Because this was taken on March 13th at 4 o'clock in the morning in 2023 server time. So 3 years ago. The ATLS came out last year. The jump jet mechs, Paul. The mechs. Oh, yeah. I was, where was I yesterday? I was working on stuff. I wasn't paying attention to a lot of Star Citizen stuff since I was researching and writing the Banu stuff. That sounds like, it makes it sound like we have a salvage ATLS in a way then, if it came with the Reclaimer. Yeah, this is almost certainly a salvage ATLS. And like I said, each of the versions is uniquely built. And I don't think they're being built specifically to be bespoke. I think they're built to be testing grounds for armor, specialized armor. because this version is likely going to have EVA thrusters on it, and it'll be, if it's hard sealed like I think it is, it'll have its own internal like life support system, which sounds like it needs EVA, the new EVA system, to be fully completed, and of course engineering. So they'll probably wait until that's fully out, and probably the completion of salvage, because they're still waiting on what is it called, Maelstrom, to be fully implemented in the Star Citizen. But it's more exciting than just mechs. I'm a big fan of mechs. I love mechs. But these are testing grounds for new technologies. CIG is using these to test new things that they want to do. So we're likely going to see the specialized armors come soon after these. Specialized armors we've been waiting for a long time, like the medic armor, the BB-12 maneuvering unit, because yeah, like it would be a specialized armor if you had a flight suit that had a built-in arrestor unit that when you ejected, you could activate it so you wouldn't crash down and kill yourself. Or a disposable unit you could wear on your back instead of a backpack, which means you'd have to sacrifice inventory space, but would be able to effectively paradrop into an area. Or jump packs, yeah, where you could use the jump packs to paradrop, but you'd lose a backpack and you'd have limited fuel. Is Maelstrom damage and repair system? It's the damage, repair, and the armor system. It's basically all of the rest. It's between it and engineering. It's how the game is going to calculate everything. Hey, Citizen Joel. Slightly related, is that Reclaimer interior rework still coming? Because boy, does it need it. I have no idea. Speaking of medics, did you talk about the new loading screen article yet? I haven't, but it looks nice. It's good to see them creating momentum by releasing content / vehicles that actually builds on what they're working on in the next project downline. Yeah. I mean, it's almost like CIG is no longer being restricted by what was by things. But there are now jump jets on the cargo Atlas base. They're not jump jets, they're arrestor jets. They said in the video that it's not meant to be jump jets. They're meant to prevent you from falling. So you won't be able to like hop around with them, but you'll be able to stop you from falling. Yeah, persistence and server meshing. 07 just saying hi. I followed your stuff a couple of years ago. I love your style and humor. Stepped away from Star Citizen content for a while. Things do. Keep doing what you do, mate. Hey, thank you, Zed. Hopefully you enjoyed. I now have 3 different channels. Make sure you subscribe to them all. This one is my content that you probably are familiar with, but if you like my lore content that I've been making and I still make, it's the youtube.com/TheAstroHistorian. And if you want to watch the Captain's Table, the podcast I used to do, it has its own channel now called youtube.com/@TheCaptain's Table podcast. So. All right, so. This is the new thing. This is the new loading screen. And I look at the dates. It's April 2955, which tells everyone that 4.1 is not coming out until April. That's the whole point. Hospitals struggle to cope with influx of queries. Concerned citizens are spending hours in lines demanding answers. Hospital staff dealing with a record number of queries from civilians concerned that their imprints are no longer viable and are requesting refunds or threatening legal action in response to the recent news of failing tech. Staff urge people to avoid queuing outside trauma centers due to the impact it has on other essential services. Batacorp confirms mass regen failures. Imprints no longer viable for a majority of the population. In a press conference today, representatives from Biotic Corp announced that Regen is failing at an alarming rate. In spite of Biotic Corp's historic track record of successful regeneration in 99% of past cases, we can confirm that due to unknown factors, the process has recently began to fail the majority of the time. While we investigate the issue, customers are advised to be extra cautious, but please be assured that we have our best minds working on resolving the problem. The people of Terra suspect that something was amiss after a new explosion rocked downtown New Austin last month, and a shocking number of imprinted people failed to regenerate. Mirabelle Niven, a retired school teacher, lost her twin sons, Oros and Delamont Niven, in the blast. We spent so much getting imprints. The rep promised it would work, so we were sure it was worth it, and now my boys are dead. Mirabelle Niven. CIG ain't pushing around. A race for rare resources intensifies. Scientific resource to resolve regen crisis demanding rare resources. Imperator Addison's push to increase scientific research is facing a major obstacle: a limited supply of rare resources essential to many cutting-edge experiments. Government agencies and private research firms like Rayar Incorporated are scrambling to secure stockpiles of these essential resources to guarantee that their experiments won't be affected. When pigs fly. 13 people injured in triggerfish prank that spiraled wildly out of control after a man pretended to fall off a platform in Orison. Uh, 4.1, April 1st. I don't think we'll see it April 1st. That would be a good joke, but I think it'll, because April 1st is a Tuesday, it'll be either on like March 28th or April 4th. That's what happens when you copy notes from the Van Duel. Yeah. April 1st, 2027 is Saturday. 2026 is a Friday. CIG has the chance to do the funniest thing next year. What do you hope we might see for content in the Regen Crisis? Probably just research and mining. It's probably going to be mining and salvage and like gathering resources and bringing them to various locations. I don't think we'll see anything crazy, because, and I also don't think it's going to affect players. I don't think we're going to see Regen actually affecting players in 4.1. I do think that they're going to, this might lead into stuff like that, but we'll see. I thought a medbed cooldown timer might come in. Maybe. Do you think the Geo will be marketed as a starter? 32 SCU seems pretty high for a starter. Geo? You mean the Golem? The Geo doesn't have 32 SCU. But yeah, no, I think it'll be. I think the Gollum will be 32 will be marketed as a starter. I mean, what's the capacity of the the Prospector? How much SCU does it hold? Because it holds 3 bags. It holds 32. Oh yeah, so it's just. You remember how the Misk Fortune is effectively the vulture for people who don't like Drake? The Gollum is the prospect is the prospect for people who don't like Misk. It seems like we're starting to see a slice of the vision of what multiplayer will look like for groups in separate vehicles and or medium ships. When do you think we'll start seeing the vision for group play in larger ships that isn't just for pilot and gunners? End of the year, at the earliest. They need engineering in. It's called, what CIG calls them is profession starters. So like the Vulture is a profession starter. It's not a starter, it's a profession starter. The Prospector is considered a profession starter. So CIG still calls them starters, they're just not actually starter. They're gonna be priced at whatever the price of, like the Gollum is gonna be cheaper than the Prospector because it's Drake. But it also doesn't have the same amenities as the Prospector. It doesn't have a bed. It has bags and a mining vehicle and like a cramped cockpit. It's not going to be, it's also going to probably have very low range compared to this Prospector. Question, is it mandatory to yell to Titanfall? No, it's mandatory to say prepare for Titanfall before you drop. That's the requirement. I can do it on Saturday. So I can do it on Sunday. Well, yes, I can do Saturday after the captain's table. Those 2 missiles make it a combat miner, though. What does the Golem have 2 missiles attached to it? Just as. The Golem is as much as a combat miner as the Corsair is a combat explorer. It's got 2 size ones. Yeah, it's not a combat. So the Prospector is $155. I expect the Gollum to be $145. If CIG is feeling spicy, maybe 140 or 135. Maybe 145 non-Warbond and 135 Warbond. Any good rumors when 4.1 goes live? Based on the loading screen that was added to the last patch, next week. But yeah, since they removed the Rayari missions, I don't know. Really, with no bed or interior, because it's going to be otherwise the exact same as the Prospector. In terms of its functionality, it has the same. I think CIG probably only values the interior and the amenities at like $5 to $10. Hey there, Mr. Prospector. You might want to mosey on down somewhere else. This belt is my kind of deal, Beltaloda. Yeah. What do you think is next in Drake's rebranding push? Medical. Well, they've already got a medical ship. I'm trying to think what else they have. Refinery ship. It's gonna like a refinery ship or a construction ship. See, the lore has been really highlighting that Drake and Misk hate the fuck out of each other. They dislike each other tremendously. And Drake takes every waking moment to fuck with Misk. They really like to fuck with Misk. And Misk really doesn't like Drake. they're the two completely opposite approaches to engineering. Drake is make it cheap, make it affordable, make it easy to maintain, kind of seat of the pants. Let's see if we can't take what we already have and kit bash stuff together. MISC takes 3 years on a study to figure out if they want to begin the development of a research into a ship to see if it would even be viable in the first place. I think someone said that they added jump jets to the existing ATLS. No, they did not add them to the, they did not have jump jets. They added what they said was like stuff that help you prevent you from falling, but it's not, doesn't help you jump. Ooh, the Drake Forge. That's a good name for it. I think Drake would probably do something that is so you have the BLD, right? Which is a like a building ship. I think Drake might actually create a ship that's the same size as the BLD, but it is a fabricator ship. It's a ship with a big fabricator on it, and that's it. So one that can, like a medium fabricator, something that can produce like small fighters or and below. Yeah, that would be the Anvil Forge. Drake would be the Crucible. No, there's already Crucibles in there. What's the name of the clay sort of it's made out of clay. It's used to like fire bricks. Like it starts with a B. Oh, maybe a kiln. Kiln would make sense. Kiln. There's also something that's like a, not like a bellows, but something like that. So another variant of the Ironclad with the whole cargo area replaced with the fabrication unit. That's too big, I think. The Ironclad is too big. Something around Corsair sized. The Drake Kiln or the Drake Hearth. One of the two. The Drake Larder. No. Ooh, the Drake Foundry would be a good one, yeah. The Drake Bake. Forge would be an anvil repair ship. Now I know what that B word is. Bellery, I think. Nah, that's not the name. I remember it's in a lot of survival games. It's like it's usually a building you have to build that has something to do with steel. Like it's like how you create steel. The Drake Bell End. The Drake Hearth sounds too homely, and I mean it matches with Drake's sort of rebrand. Not a smelter. It's like I said, it starts with a B. It may be an old-timey name for it. The Hephaestus? No, the Hephaestus would be the Crusader construction ship. That's an easy. That's an easy layup. The Crusader Hephaestus would be the Crusaders version of the base building or fabrication or both. Good Drake Blacksmith would work. I think that's a good name for a Drake fabricator ship. They made it smaller than the Prospector. Lamau, how fucking tone deaf. What do you mean? It also doesn't have an interior. It's just the same thing as a prospector, only it's Drake. So people who don't like the Drake aesthetics can go for the prospector, and people who don't like Misk aesthetics can go for the Gollum. The prospector has 32 SU. Bloomery, that's what I was thinking. Thank you, Corbett Dallas, the Bloomery. It's a type of metallurgical furnace that once was widely used for smelting iron from its oxides. The bloomery was the earliest form of smelter capable of smelting iron. Bloomeries produce a porous mass of iron and slag called bloom. The mix of slag and iron in the bloom, termed sponge iron, is usually considered to be consolidated with and further forged into wrought iron. Blast furnaces, which produce pig iron, have largely superseded bloomeries. The Drake Bloomery sounds good too. Oh, and you can't change. You can't do the swap out the mining heads. You could go Japanese and name it the Tatara. Is that just the name of what a bloomery or like a forge is in Japanese? I don't know the name, so. They already have the Anvil Crucible, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, Drake wouldn't do. I mean, I think Drake might just to fuck with Misk, but that would have to be a thing. That's just it. CIG loves calling shit the same thing. Yeah. The Drake slag. That'd be a good one. The Drake anvil. The Drake endeavor. I mean, I think we're going to see fabrication ships. We're going to see fabrication ships from in the small scale all the way up to the top. And we're going to see some mixed ships of fabrication and repair, fabrication and refinery, fabrication and building. We're going to just see different variations on, it does some fabrication, it does some other things, and we're going to also have some dedicated fabrication ships. Because currently there's only one ship that has a dedicated fabrication room, which is the Pioneer.
Cyberwolf74 just had a space baby.
Oh. Ooh. Cyberwolf. Thank you for that Prime sub. 9 months ago, you made the worst decision you could ever make. You subscribed to a Twitch streamer. Now, 9 months later, our space baby is born. What shall we name our Twitch baby before I discard it? Because I am a terrible, terrible Twitch father. Thank you for that 9 months. Why are you ignoring the Ironclad Assault like that? The Ironclad Assault is only got a medium fabricator or a small fabricator. So it's an example of something like that, but it has a small version of what I'm talking about. I mean, like the Pioneer can build like fighters. Num stream, my name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Workable area OS, wherever you can fit it in the designed area, is the definition of what we have right now. I think, what are you talking about, Tom of Guide? The assault will grow in scope, I'm sure of it. I don't think so. I think the assault is going to be fine with what it is, because I think they're going to kind of try to mitigate as much as possible. The concept had 2 Nova tanks in the area. Yeah. Not sure the point of crafting ships in ships when you'll just claim insurance. What do you mean, Ito? Oh, fuck. By the time we get crafting, I bet real insurance will be online. Yeah, no, we're not getting crafting until insurance is fully implemented. The Q&A defines the fabrication bay as not stated as a size, small, or medium, but defined as the size of the workshop area. It's designed to fabricate components. It's not designed to produce vehicles. That's a little bit of insider knowledge.
Just resubscribed for 4 months. Once more around the bend.
Thank you so much for that 4 months of support, Mr. Chewy Num Nums. You're a very important public, very impressive business, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're from drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It depends on how it all panned out 1.0, but if you just claim and get your shit back, what's the point in crafting them? Because you have to get it insured. Remember, how insurance will work is if you have a ship, if you craft one, you have to get it insured. If you don't craft one, you have to buy one. So you have to go find it. But if you have the plans for producing one, you can produce one. And it's probably inconvenient for one person to produce a ship, to go through all of the hassle of getting a bunch of things to be able to produce a ship. So you're likely going to have to go to a player to produce a ship for you, because remember, ships are also upgradable along the crafting path. So when you buy a ship from a dealer, you're going to have to upgrade it over time anyways, and that's part of what those fabricators are designed for, and science gameplay and all that kind of stuff is to be able to put your ship in that fabricator and have it, you know, fabricate up, you know, magic, and suddenly you have a tier 2 ship versus a tier 1 ship because that person has that right stuff.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
No problem, Tom. Provide. It's more that I know someone directly asked the staff that, like, hey, what is this for? And they're like, it's for components.
Captain_Fishty just resubscribed for 12 months. Is it a year already? Time flies.
It does. Thank you so much, Captain Fishsticks, for that 12 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, but very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're from drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Will the Carrack have a fabricator in its workroom? I believe so. I think that workroom is going to get retooled into a fabricator room. It's designed to, the machine shop is designed like that. Will higher tier wars do greater ramming damage, though? Of course they will. Now, from what I've heard, it's clear that the assault was designed during the initial development phase of crafting and base building. So them adding the fabricator on there was more of a sort of an idea and hint at where they were going for, but it was also the first ship that they were developing that would have that sort of technology on it. And then, you know, obviously they've exposed more of what that's going to be. It's done. Like, CIG has finished that technology. It's using developer UI, but it's completed in game, ready to go. Same with base building, all of it's ready to go. That doesn't mean it's ready to go in Star Citizen right now. It also doesn't mean that it's completed in a way that would be players would be able to play with it, but all of the parts are working. Makes sense. Just hard to see 1.0 vision of assurance from where we are for me. I mean, because you also have things like insurance versus warranty. So if you build a ship, there'll be some ships which you'll be able to build which you will need a warranty on. And even if you have a ship that you've purchased that you have a warranty on, you'll want to increase the tier on it. So you'll still need a fabricator vehicle to be able, or fabricator module of some kind, to be able to sit your ship inside that fabricator and then have it be upgraded to a higher tier through that, or through a dockyard or whatever. When you do that helmet thing, what in the world do you say? You say it so fast, you sound like gibberish. That's kind of the point. I used to say it much slower, but I decided to speed it up because I wanted to get through it. I say, you are a very important pubber, very impressive pisser, very inebriated pedestrian, VIP. You're the reason I drink at night. This is your fault. The reason why I'm wearing the helmet is your fault. You're the reason why I drink at night. Thank you so much. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. Yeah, maybe crafting EPT if EPTs are still the plan. Yeah, we'll see if CIG's plans hold up after 6 months, because they usually start changing around this time, so. Vehicle and sub components, I hope. All I want is to support my Archimedes and Golem and ATLS GEO. Yeah. I'm hoping the Crucible will play a part in ship upgrading. I'm assuming it's going to sort of change. I wouldn't be surprised if repair and fabrication sort of melded. Because I don't think we're going to get repair in the same way as, like, you're actually going to physically see the repair. I think it's going to be sort of do not see the man behind the mask sort of situation, where your ship is going to go down into a hangar and it's going to go through a repair process and it's just going to have a timer for it. Or you can repair it yourself physically by getting the parts and reestablish it, putting them up there, but you're going to have to fabricate those parts and then attach them. So there, I think it'll either be you manually repairing it with bits, or it goes through its own little cycle process. And so if you have a Crucible, it'll be fabricating parts to a ship and then attaching it onto the ship. Beam Citizen, yeah. You're just gonna clap it back on. Doors closed, sparks seen through the cracks doors, and the ship is repaired. Yeah, but it's not going to be instantaneous. It's going to be however long it takes to repair. Once Maelstrom is in, they could have drones flying around and see it print the ship parts. Maybe, but I don't think we're going to be able to, like that would require resources. And CIG is very paranoid about trying to keep the amount of stuff in the game as low as possible, because the stuff is the big reason why things are, why things cause problems. So basically, CIG is trying to optimize the game by removing extraneous things which only have one purpose. They don't want to do bespoke things. So if they're doing construction, that construction needs to match fabrication and repair. All of those things are going to be like one tool that they use, and then they're all just parts of the same system, rather than being 3 separate systems that they bespokely built out, because that's that way that they can sort of exchange ideas. All good, man. You're forgetting. Good stuff, bro. Yeah, I've tried to remember how I do it because I do it so quickly. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive pisser. Very neat bit of pedestrian. This is your fault. You're right. They're the reason I drink at night. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. Yeah, that's what it is. Like the exo comp from Star Trek Next Generation. Yeah. Do you think the Starlancer BLD will have crafting stations instead of the bedrooms in the Max version? No. So the swap out version between the Max, the TAC, and the BLD is that middle section of the cargo area. For instance, one of the cargo area, that middle section that kind of drops down, that section in the TAC is split between a drop seat section where you literally drop down and a medical bay. So that middle section gets separated into two separate sections. And the BLD, it gets turned into a drone dispersal and retrieval. That back section that has that cargo in the back, which is like 32 SCU in the back, that is going to remain the same. Jump jets, bro. I know. Jump jets. And it has extra turrets, yes. Oh, yeah, it also has a hangar in the top. I wonder what's getting rid of, because that's at the top, isn't it? I wonder what's getting rid of. There may be some living sections in the top that gets removed. But I don't think we're going to see the living sections on the top of the BLD get removed. But I think that like area that it's the mess hall in the TAC, that's the Fury Bay. Can we put these jump jets on an Atlas and do some death from above? Just asking for a friend. You mean a Highlander burial? Yeah, the kitchen, not the crew quarters. They said the crew habs are significantly reduced. Okay, so they reduced the crew habs. That seems weird.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never.
Ever.
Take away my space game.
I don't know if we'll get the Virgil tendency.
Captain_no pants just resubscribed for 15 months. Smiley face, poke.
Thank you so much for that 15 months of support there, Captain No Pants. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Rain Pedestrian. This is your fault. Leaders, drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Atlas or Anvil would probably do one. Aegis probably does one. Almost certainly, Castac Arms does one. I think any combat manufacturer, Bearing might do one. Anyone that makes like armor probably does one. I think Castac Arms doing one is an easy win, perfect win, because Castac Arms is like the bad guy armor. It's the generic bad guy armor. It's also generic just combat armor. So having it as sort of the generic civilian version of a combat mech makes sense, whereas the Virgil version is sort of because they've got like the advocacy armor and stuff like that. That's probably like the light armor version of the Titan armor suit, and then maybe Clark Defense Systems. Clark Defense Systems probably makes the Marine tactical version, the heavy support version of that. The Drake ATLS for EVA purposes. We've actually shown it off. It's not going to be Drake ATLS. It's going to be an Argo ATLS that has just hard vacuum sealed. It's going to be the third version. Virgil. So Virgil Ltd. Virgil Limited is the name of a company that makes they make that advocacy armor that you'll see people wearing around. I forgot what it's called. But they're a organization made up of refugees from the system of Virgil. Selene specifically was the planet they were from. So when Virgil fell during the Vandal invasion, many of the refugees fled to Vega, and so Virgil is actually headquartered in Vega, and they make armor mostly. One of the things they made specifically was they took the ATLS and said, I can turn you into a death machine, and basically took the ATLS chassis and turned it into a combat mech. We know that for sure. The True Def, thank you, the True Def armor. We know that for sure Virgil took the industrial Titan suit and turned it into a combat mech. We don't know if they were the first ones to do it, but they're heavily implied as to be the first ones to do it. The specific system in the military is called the Zeus system, which I know is confusing. But you can kind of see CIG's naming conventions. They're called Titan suits. You have the ATLS, aka the Atlas, Zeus. I'm sure we would see Gaia system. I'm sure we would see like all of the different Titans from Greek mythology being referenced. So. The guys from Virgil who really hate the Vandal. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I think it's going to be highlighted in Squadron. I think that's one of the reasons why they haven't released it yet. Question, do you think we will see the BB-12 manned maneuvering unit soon? I think when we get the push and pull system. When we get EVA 2.0 after engineering is out, when they have the push and pull system fully implemented, that is going to be when we get the BB-12 and I think the salvage variant of the ATLS. Now, I've asked people have asked me before, why would anyone use anything else other than the Atlas, these Titan suits when they come out? They're completely unbalanced. And my response is, they're not going to be nearly as maneuverable or as nimble as regular armor. You're a bigger target, and you have to use power. So, like, your power usage is going to be much higher than typical armor. And you can't use them in small hallways. They're not going to be able to get onto ships. So the only places you could use them are in larger open areas like space stations, space station like locations. And not even then, you might get outflanked from that. Or in ground operations. And in ground operations, you're a sitting duck for a fucking Nova. They're exosuits. I mean, I call them mechs. CIG calls them mechs, but like mecha is a large genre of different things. And they're sort of hybrid mechs. They're power armor. And I see them more as sort of what the T-Series battle armor in Fallout was. For those of you who don't know, the power armor that you see, the Brotherhood of Steel power armor, the T-Series armors, those armors were not built as tanks. Everyone's like, oh, they're walking tanks. Like, they're not actually walking tanks. They're designed as exosuits to be able to carry heavy equipment. The idea being, what if you wanted a light tank that was cheaper to build than a light tank, or for the cost of one light tank, you could build 4 and put them and give each of them unique weapons or let them carry their own weapons. The T-Series powered armor is just weapon platforms. And that's kind of what the Titan suit, the combat Titan suits are referenced at in lore of Star Citizen. They're heavy weapons platforms. So instead of having to like bring up a vehicle that uses, or like a crude vehicle, a crude weapon to be able to do it, like a heavy machine gun or an anti-tank rifle or something like that. If you wanted something that could take on heavier armor, but you didn't want to have the footprint and the logistics train of a fucking Nova or a Storm, you could drop one of these things on there. And they're small, they can get through places where vehicles can't always, but... Kind of like elementals too. Yeah. Plus they kill you sometimes when you get in. Yeah. I'm picturing PlanetSide 1, 2 maxes. It was a direct reference. They made a direct reference to PlanetSide 1 and 2 when they the max suits. They made a direct reference when they were creating them. Remind me how Titan suits fit down a ventilation duct or a small hole through a door. And that's the point. Like that, their size is a limiting factor. And since most combat in Star Citizen is going to be done in corridors, you're not going to see Titan suits there. PlanetSide Max Crash would have like 10 of them charge through a door and just die, take all the hits. Yeah, they're the classic MMO tank. They pull aggro. Like I could see those max suits, or the max suits I'm doing already, the Titan suits being used for monster hunting, because they're probably more maneuverable than they're probably faster than people. And probably not as fast as a vehicle, but can probably hold bigger weapons than a person, and probably easier to deploy and maintain. So if you're fighting like, Boreal Stalkers or Whip Crabs, you could use them as frontline shock troops to just like pay attention to me, not the bomber that's coming over the edge, or the sniper, or the smaller team that's trying to sneak into the hive nest to destroy the queen, while the team of power armored soldiers are out front attracting all of the attention towards them, and they can retreat using jump jets and other things so to get out of the way and sort of draw out the aggro while another team goes in and deals with it. That's where I could see them being used in Star Citizen sort of combat. Do you think eventually some of their components will be interchangeable rather than needing their own loadout to switch at each loadout? Not with the industrial. I think the industrial ones will always be bespoke. I think what you'll see more than likely is the weapon, the military ones, the combat ones, will probably have unique carryable weapons which they can use. So like bigger versions of like effectively size 1 weapons that they can carry like a rifle or whatever, and that those suits can each carry their own versions of them. Light assault meta in PS2. I want a dedicated Titan dropship. Imagine a image ironclad upside down dropping scores of Titans. There was a theory that there might be a module that they could build for a Retaliator. Because one of the modules for the Retaliator was a dropship version, which just had like the seats drop straight down. So the theory was that you could take that same bay and turn it into like a drop pod, a drop bay for 4 Titan suits. A big sword? Yes. Of course. PS1 actually had some vehicle aircraft with dedicated max mounts on the exterior, just like holding on and you jump off. I mean, CIG is just taking all of the genres. They added a monster hunting. They're adding monster hunting in the game, which is its own game with Monster Hunter. CIG is going to lean heavily into the Titanfall joke that is going to be with the Titan suits. Feels like a lot of wasted space if an industry player has to take 2 or more different ATLSs to complete their jobs task. I mean, why would you need to have 2 or more ATLSs? Like, why would you need a regular ATLS and a GEO at the same time? Like the ATLS, the GEO actually has a spot for like a tractor beam, so you can even just use a tractor beam if you wanted to when you got out and used it. The crates from the Geo should be hand carryable. They are. Okay. Yeah. The reason why they're all doing bespoke versions is because each one of them has a different role, and CIG is testing new tech with each one. Seems like wasted potential, that's all. Having a hull, or not a hull, a C2 with, because you would still need to hot swap. If you had, say, a Geo that you could swap out the mining arm for the tractor beam. First of all, why would you even buy a regular ATLS? So there's that problem. Like, you mean in game. But second of all, you would still have to remove the tractor arm and then install remove the mining arm and install the tractor arm in order for it to work. You would still need to hot swap that out. So you would still need to get out of your vehicle, take out a tractor beam, remove the arm, reattach the arm, and then store the other piece somewhere else where it wouldn't get damaged. And if you're already out there with a Geo, you're probably either in a small ship where you don't really need much. And if you're doing larger operations, then you probably have the space to hold one ATLS and one Geo. And even in game, they're not that expensive. The ATLS is, what, 20,000 UEC? It's pretty cheap.
Them biddies.
With Sig borrowing ideas from all these other games, could we see another Nintendo Wii's Palworld situation?
No, I don't think so. It's a good idea, but I don't think so. CIG is got a legal team that's smart enough to know how to kind of get around some ideas. 76K, but yeah, cheap, yeah. Not even, it's like a couple of trips sort of thing. I can imagine modularity will come eventually. If they do modularity, they would do a modular version, kind of like how they did the different versions of the Cyclone. They would have an ATLS that is specifically modular, where you can swap it out. That would be more expensive. Probably lose some functionality of like the jump jets or something like that. Maybe hard vacuum, but no EVA, that kind of thing. Who rests EVA when you have a tractor beam? Or who needs EVA? Because the tractor beam is going to have power limitations. So like the tractor beam will have limited power. The ATLS will eventually need to get its battery swapped. And your tractor beam itself, like the hand tractor beams, will also have limited batteries. Dana running ATLS when? Also, you may not have anything to tractor to. Yeah, you need to have a location, someplace where you can tractor onto to be able to grab. So, like, dedicated EVA suits will be a thing. All right, I'll be right back. I'll turn on your fun button.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall.
Genesis.
Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall.
Genesis.
Stand by for Titanfall.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Oh. I would think the ATLS is the next version of the Max Lift. Kind of, yeah. I don't think the batteries in store were that expensive. Or baddies in store. There was something said about the coming event that made me think data running might be part of it, but I can't even remember what that was now. It's all just about collecting information and that kind of thing. I don't think we'll see it, but you know. With the need for a larger SCU crates,
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Fish FPS just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thanks so much for that 2 months of support there, Fish. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. That's your fault. You're just drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Wow. I broke them. I broke this pretty badly, actually. I broke its limiter, so now it goes all the way back instead of... It usually stops, like, right there. I'm gonna have a new one of these soon. With the need for larger SCU crates in the future, do you think we'll see a heavy lift version of the ATLS, or do you think they'll limit that to ships? I think they'll limit it to ships, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if we got a ATLX XL. That was sort of like a bigger, stronger version that had multiple hot swappable attachments. You know, it has the backpack, which you can use for like either salvage or mining. It has the tractor beam, which you can use for moving things around, but it'll probably be more expensive and larger and just longer lasting. Maybe EVA vacuumed, so it's like it's harder to, like, you can protect yourself from the elements. The Cydnus, yeah, I mean, the Cydnus is its own thing, Grey Cat, but it's huge. The Cydnus is massive. It's a ship. It's like, it's called a drone, but it's not a drone, it's a ship. Given how far the Drake design philosophy has come, do you think the Cutlass will see another rework, or are we more likely to see a new poster child for Drake? I think we're more likely to see a Drake Cutlass replacement rather than a rework. ATLS DS. Oh, and so we should pull that up. Let me pull that up. Someone actually linked that. Cutlass Mark II incoming. I don't think we'd see a Cutlass Mark II. It would be called something more terrestrial, like the Runabout or something like that. Or the sloop, the Drake sloop. Hey, Ronnie. Sounds like Pacific Rim. I don't think you're getting for massive, like the Cygnus is huge. Let me see if I can find a good image of the Cygnus, because the Cygnus is like, because this is a video that's done. It's like a mock-up. Here you go. So this is the cockpit. Okay. It's called a mining tick. Those are thrusters to allow it to EVA. That shows you the scale. Like, I don't think CIG will prevent people from getting the sicknesses because they're semi-autonomous too, but. It's a Squadron 42 asset is what it is. I'm sorry, why has it got such booty? To tempt you, Very Mediocre. Because it was like, CIG was like, we know Very Mediocre has a weakness for the thickness. And so they wanted to tempt you into acting like a fool. The sphere thing gets collected and swapped out. Yeah, the sphere is where all of the material is getting collected. I want one of those since the vertical slice looks very impractical, but I still want it. We're down with Sidness. Oh. You thought it was good because of the booty, but we fooled you. It's bad. That joke is never gonna die, is it? We're nice to know Schubin's pondering their orbs. I know the reason why CIG wanted to go with the sort of circular thing is because if you look at a lot of NASA concept art and a lot of, like if you look inside, like for instance, most rockets, most of the, or not most of, there are several rockets where the interior chamber that holds the liquid is a sphere. Even though it's a cylinder, inside the actual like rocket, the inner container that holds the fluid is a sphere. And that has something to do with spheres and zero G in terms of like how they interact. And a lot of like NASA concept images for futuristic like flight is just sort of when you take the fairings, like the skin off of the rocket, and you just have the spheres, but in sort of like a scaffolding. Especially for pressure vessels. So the idea being that when they're taking that idea of a pressure vessel, that they're sort of attaching these mining balls, which are designed to hold pressurized material and stuff like that. Corners are stress risers, yeah. So while it looks impractical, the reality is that like because it looks weird with that big ball, it's designed with that sort of idea in mind. We already did one earlier on the Geo and what it means for the future. Because as I said, I think a lot of people don't really understand that what the Geo represents is far more than just Titan suits. It does, but it also represents a bunch of other future developments for the ATLS platform. It talks about, it hints at the idea of having a survival shoot of some kind. Ooh. And the thing about the Cydnus, the thing that's sneaky about the Cydnus is that the mining drone, the Cydnus mining drone, is a mech. It's a four-legged mech, but it's a mech. Because it has those sort of crawler arms, which it kind of rotates in on itself to use to sort of move around. But those can also expand out to grip, and they're designed to move around a little bit so that they can attach to things and hold on to them. But the way it moves, we've actually seen the way it moves when it lands, is it crawls on all fours as it moves forward, and has this sort of like crane operator extender, which I'm sure is what they're probably taking that from like the Vulture style cockpit. You mean your mining balls, right? Right? So in theory, CIG could just take that bottom frame that's just sort of the four legs and the cockpit, and instead of having a pressurized thing to hold containers to, they could swap out that back area for like a tractor beam or for other things like that, to operate as like a crane. Or, I don't know, some kind of artillery piece. Anti-air Titan with missile backpack or heavy turret backpack could be cool. Yeah. Both of them heavily imply CIG gearing for the same, more towards the fleet mechanics interactions. The Golem doesn't need a mothership, but it would benefit one greatly. Yeah, no, the big thing about the jump jets is that CIG doesn't develop something like jump jets for one ship. They don't do a bespoke thing like that. Those jump jets are going to be used on multiple Titan suits, or be reused. That technology will be reused for like backpacks or specialized armors of some kind. The specialized armors we talked about for a while. In before Mortar Mob gets here. Well, EVA, they already have EVA thrusters. We have EVA thrusters on most of our like larger armors, stuff like that. The jump jets are more specifically for like the like an area where you have what is it called? Gravity. So like in gravity wells. I think there's going to be a specific version of the ATLS that is EVA. Because right now, if they've actually tested it, like if you take the Geo out into space and try to use it, it doesn't work. You can't actually use the thrusters in EVA. What do you think the next ATLS will be? Do you think it'll be the combat next? No, I think it's going to be the salvage version. I'd love for it to be the combat, but I don't know if we're going to get a combat version of it until Squadron 42's date announcement, like its specific release date announcement. It'd be great to have jets on some ground vehicles for airdrops. I think you could have mobile infantry on the bounce sort of thing, where you replace your backpack slot with a jump jet, with a jump pack, and you're able to get high maneuverability in an area, but you're sacrificing the backpack, and it's probably going to have limited fuel, so you only have a certain amount of maneuvering with it. Yeah, I agree, Del. I think we're going to get a Combat Titan suit, and the Idris release will happen when they announce the specific day they're releasing Squadron. Probably something for Squadron 42. All the cool tech is developed for Squadron 42, and the PU gets table scraps, the scraps that fall off the table. I mean, I know it feels like that, but anything that's developed for Squadron is for Star Citizen, because Squadron is the limited scope compared to the two. So most of the stuff that gets developed for Squadron 42 is for Star Citizen. It's just that Star Citizen needs some specific things unique that don't work for Squadron. Repair version. I think that the repair version is going to be the salvage version. I think the salvage version is going to be dual use. It's a salvage slash repair because it'll have the same backpack as the Geo does, but it'll be able to EVA out. You use it in EVA so it can go to smaller ships and repair them or salvage them as need be. So it can be a dual use, kind of like the repair tool is current, or the salvage tool is currently. And I do think that we'll also see a repair and refuel version, or like a refuel and rearming version. Maybe the current ATLS, the base ATLS, will get some sort of ability to refuel or to like drag, to like pick things up and like install them. Because like the current version of the ATLS, which moves cargo, could easily be used to reload missiles, you know, or swap out guns. Because it can be used to swap out guns, if I remember correctly. You have a few weeks banked for PTO, plan to use a couple of weeks on Squadron 42. I mean, that's not going to happen until at the earliest 2026. I'm afraid they're gonna up the minimum crew count for my Liberator before they release it. I just want a one-man toy carrier. They'll probably release a one-man toy carrier, but it's probably not going to be the Liberator. The Liberator is more than one person. If you want to operate it fully, you need 3. I can't imagine it goes beyond that, though. It's basically just a vehicle transporter. We need munition reloading mechanics, hand refueling mechanics, racks to more safely and efficiently store missiles, bombs, etc. We need gun racks, which you can that are just sort of storage racks that are like one SCU shaped racks. We need missile racks, which are just sort of one SCU or whatever, you know, the different size missiles where you can just attach them. You can move the racks entirely. I don't know if we'll see a medical ATLS. I think the ATLS is going to be specifically industrial and combat. If we're going to get anything with medical, it'll be a specific medical armor. Probably it would probably be more likely to get a medical vehicle, like a small medical vehicle, versus the ATLS. Have you seen the new loading screen? Yes, I have. Mass regen failures. Probably not more medical stuff. That's just the story what they're going with. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got a more in-depth sort of atmospheric storytelling going forward, because they've already said that's the B plot. The B plot is that regen is failing, and so each mission going forward for groups like Rayari and the UEE will be specifically looking into why regen is failing and what's going on with it. Armor lockers don't really do anything yet. That's true. I think a lot of that stuff is simply waiting for engineering and Maelstrom. Yeah, they definitely, I say, like, they need to have a 1SU crate, which is just a gun rack that you can, like, open up and it will, like, show the guns. Or missile rack. Because, like, they have sort of missile and torpedo racks that they have as bespoke assets that don't actually store anything. But they need something like that so that you can store missiles in your hangar without having to, like, scatter them all over the floor. They have those racks from the Caterpillar module video from like 2017. Yeah. But I don't think those were usable. Those are just sort of either assets they pulled from CryEngine that they sort of used as decorations or, you know, bespoke assets they built specifically as decorations. Look, Freelancer Max Missile Mule is fun and hilarious exactly one time. Concepts in Cube Gray Box, I think they abandoned that idea. I still think that where they're going now, they need to have some sort of storage device which you can physically attach missiles, size missiles, and weapons to, so you can store them. That way, when you pull them out of your cargo grid, your cargo area, they actually like are attached to a physical item that you can move. We still thinking we get till the end of the month for supplier die? Yeah, no, we're nowhere near ready. 4.1 is still weeks away. Yes, the Caterpillar's cargo bays were lowered to the ground now. The Carrack also, the Carrack has been able to lower to the ground now for a couple patches. I think it was 4.0 or 4.01 when they introduced that. They gave out CitizenCon multi-tool boxes, a multi-tool and a tractor orbit attachments, coolest thing ever. Hoping for more of those things around the verse instead of magic box of holding. Oh yeah, those little boxes, yeah. I think those are pretty easy to do in comparison, because as long as they have the dimensions in, it's just going to be more of a sort of attached to attachment point. Would they require a ton of ships to be reworked for physical missile loading, reloading? Not that many, because you can, as long as CIG can deploy or like you can like remove the shielding, you can actually physically remove the missiles right now from ships. You just can't attach them, I don't think. Well, you might be able to attach them, but you can't, like, there's no persistence on them. Carrack Bay's open but don't lower to the ground yet. I thought they extended down, but they didn't touch the ground. Like, they're not fully touching the ground. But the Caterpillars do lower all the way to the ground. So like when you open them up, they automatically go all the way down to the ground. So like they open up, they stop, and then they lower to the ground, or lower as close to the ground as they can. Carrack Bay is still broken. They're still good 6 to 12 feet in the air. Okay. But they open up. The Caterpillars do actually function. Because what are ships that specifically have internal loading mechanics which wouldn't work? I think it's the Miss would probably be the only ones I can think of. Are there others that have internal loading that is specific to internal loading? Because you should be able to front load all of like the tubes. You should be able to like slide them down the tubes. Like the storms, you should be able to like reload by sliding like attaching them down the tube. Connie probably, yeah. But you should still be able to deploy, like you used to be able to deploy the missiles. so that the racks opened up, but they didn't fire. So as long as you're able to deploy them, you should be able to pull them out and attach them. Cutlass Black, I believe the missiles in the Cutlass Black are on racks, aren't they? The key is can you deploy them so that you can see them? Because at one point the Connie, like I said, used to be able to deploy them out. And I know like the interior missile bays of like the F8, you should be able to open the bay and then you should be able to see the missiles in the bay. I appreciate the dev that put in the that put work in it, but I feel the CAD is actually less convenient to use now. Would love a 2-stage elevator stopping along the way. I'm sure they'll do that eventually, kind of like how they'll fix the Carrack eventually. But they wanted to add the functionality in because it was in, so that players could play around with it. Like, as much as the Carrack not being able to lower all the ground sucks, you can at least use the fucking cargo grid in a Carrack now. Even if it's super high in the air, you'll be able to tractor beam cargo into the bays and out of the bays. I've seen people review Star Citizen saying it has no story. It doesn't have story yet. But I've seen you give more and more than more than anyone else on stream ever on a stream. Thank you. There's a story behind this beauty. There is a story in the game, like for the game. It's just not in playable yet. Star Citizen needs to take the story they've written for the universe and put it in the game, which they're doing. It's just slow. Yeah, feel free, Tom. If you have it, you can like take a picture. You can send it to me on Discord if you want to. More lore, yeah. I mean, the NPCs in game talk. They talk to one another, so that's definitely a thing. All right, before we get into the patch watch and talk a little bit, I do want to give you some insights into the Banu culture, which I've discovered by looking through the Banu lore and writing up this stuff, which I'm almost done with. When I'm done with this, I'm going to probably finish writing that up. Maybe not recording it, but I'm currently sitting at about 8 pages, and there's a couple more things I want to do. It's going to end up being about 10 to 15 pages, which each page is 2 minutes for me, around about two minutes. So it's going to be between 20 and 30 minutes for the Banu thing. I'm going to try to get it on the longer side, so I'll probably add more things, like who Jerry was in First Contact. Right now I'm talking about Luminalia, but I'm also going to mention things like how Banu view relationships and friendships and all that sort of thing. Their religion and how that functions and what the gathering is and all that kind of stuff. Or is it the council? I think it's the council. What a flotilla is and how those function. So, but one of the things that I discovered through my research is that the Banu can't hear for shit. Put in those bib numbers. Well, I've discovered that people like it when it's longer. Like 20 minutes is the actual YouTube metric that's good, but I don't like 20 minutes. I like 30 minutes minimum, because 30 to 35 minutes gives people something to chew into. From Clever Bard. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. These racks, I think they're bespoke assets. I'll show chat what I'm talking about. What you're talking about. So these sorts of things. These assets right here. I think these are just bespoke assets. These aren't actual missiles that are in the game. They're just missiles they're using. I like an hour. I can't, there's no way I could do a Banu primer that's an hour. There's a lot of Banu lore, but there's either like 25 to 30 minutes of Banu lore, or there's 4 hours of Banu lore. And that includes stuff that nobody gives a shit about, which is like, it's language. It's the idea they want to move to. Yeah, I'd hope they want to move towards this. This is what I'm talking about, is like this, but it has to be shaped kind of like a storage crate. It has to be similar to the storage crate sizes. So like this would be like 2 SCU, right? And this would be like 1 SCU or something like that. No, you don't want to hear my Banu's terrible. But yeah, Banu can't hear for shit. They have awful hearing. So most Banu will be screaming at each other. So if you hear Wick talking to you and it sounds like Wick is talking very loudly, it's because Wick can't hear shit. When they released 3.24, they were all over the place. I can't imagine these are actual functional assets, though. I think they're just Squadron 42 set dressings that they put everywhere. But the one thing that Banu do have is really good sense of smell. Like, they have an insane sense of smell. So a lot of their language is based off of smells. Now, I've had people ask, do Banu what do you sense that Banu dislike? What is a bad smell? And the answer is Banu don't have the concept of a bad smell. There's no such thing as a good or bad smell. The concept of good and bad in Banu is sort of like, they understand the idea, but they think it's stupid. Good and bad, binary concepts like that are just foreign to them. Everything is complex, and they live in the complex nature. The intent for players to use them was the implication of the 3.24 hangar and cargo update. I'm assuming so, but like, I don't see how, like I said, like, I get what you're saying and I agree, but I don't think these are real missile assets. I think they're just props. I'd love for them to actually implement them in the game where players could actually stack them and use them, but yeah, I don't think they're ready yet. Did they stealth update Ruin Station? Fucking shit, they did. When was this updated? That's a major change. They did. They updated it today. They updated it 10 minutes ago. Y'all want to see it? Breaking lore news with your host, Paul Shelley. brand new information. So, Ruin Station is a space station that orbits Terminus in the Pyro system. Constructed by Gold Horizon for Pyrotechnic Amalgamated in Standard Earth Year 2512, the company's new base of operations, the station, then known as McEwen Station, served as the main processing point for exports from Pyro and saw continual use for decades. When Pyrotechnic Amalgamated declared bankruptcy in 2563, the company decided to abandon the station instead of bearing the cost of decommissioning it. It was shortly thereafter claimed by outlaws who gave its current nickname. Today, Ruin Station is Pyro's main hub of drug manufacturing, black market sales, and other criminal enterprises. It has been the site of many major power struggles between rival gangs. Criminal organization Rough and Ready took control of the station since 2951, ousting the extremist group Xenothreat, who had held it since 2947. So it's now canon that Rough and Ready controls Ruin Station. Instead of making an event to kick it out, they just said, fuck it, we're just going to give Rough and Ready the store. So. Is the regen tech used by other species? We don't know. It might be, but we stole a lot of the tech for regen from the Vanduul. And the part that actually reprints a person who has died is actually a Bioticorp tech. So it's bespoke Bioticorp tech, but it's combined with the Ibrahim sphere, which allows you to actually remember when you get reprinted. We do know that the Tavaran can use it, because there's a story of a Tavaran who had regen imprinted. But the Tavaran are effectively part of the human empire. So that makes sense. We know that Tavaran can use it, which means other species may be able to use it as well, but we don't know if other species actively use them. Lamau. I wonder how pissed the artist that did the Xenothreat Ruin is. I do think that they may reuse those assets if that's going to be a major plot point moving forward in Pyro, where Xenothreat returns to take over Pyro, to take over Ruin. So instead of an assault on Ruin Station, it's maybe a defense of Ruin Station against Xenothreat. We'll see. Yeah, it's lazy. It's definitely lazy, but it's one of those realities that CIG is reaching, which is they're gonna have limitations in terms of resources, and it's clear that they didn't want to have an event to justify why Xenothreat took it over or anything. They just wanted to have it in place. It could have reused in big. It could be reused in a big Xenothreat event. Yeah. I hope they do something with Xenothreat. I really wanted to fight them in Pyro. Yeah. Pyro fields wildly copy and paste. You're going to see that all over the place. Star Citizen or CIG was always going to reuse assets all over the place because it's cheaper. Contested zones being run by Xenothreat and the Fire Rats, but the station itself being Rough and Ready is canon too. Well, yeah, that always made sense. I know people were like, well, why wouldn't the Rough and Ready control the entire space station? It's kind of like asking, well, why wouldn't a guy who runs a junkyard make sure that all the aspects of his massive, several mile wide junkyard is completely under control of him at all times? It's like, because it's time consuming, and who the fuck wants to live in a junkyard? Yeah, the scavs are the ones who run that. Isn't it the carnival or whatever they're called? The jesters who run them? There's at least one that's run by the same people who did the not the jesters. The jokers? No, not the jokers. The clown people, yeah. The ones that have the green paint stuff. They're the ones who run at least a couple of the places. for entertainment. Carnival's another name. I don't know. CIG keeps slipping in these new factions with no... The Harlequins? Are they called Harlequins? That'd be cool if they were, but... They didn't do a graffiti show once. They said the graffiti would change depending on who owns it. Yeah, but that was a Chris Robertsism. What is it those that failed to regen were picked up by a passing stealth Vanduul ship? Probably not. You're talking Terra is where a lot of this stuff is happening. The harsh reality of Star Citizen is that CIG was always going to reach a point where they either tripled down on full simulation, or they cut their losses and began to use the resources they have at hand to tell stories that they have the ability to tell. And as most people should note, and a lot of people noted from way back in the day, is that Chris Roberts was always ambitious, overly ambitious with his ideas, and all of his ideas always hit reality at some point and had to get downsized. It happened with Freelancer, it'll happen with Star Citizen, you know. Does that mean it's gonna never be bigger? No, it'll, like, Star Citizen is obviously gonna be bigger, but like, I remember seeing a prediction way back in the day, back in like 2013, where somebody basically said, Chris Roberts will eventually have to downsize his vision from 100 different systems to a handful of systems, just like Freelancer, which will still be pretty good and pretty like well done, but it'll never be the grand scope that he hoped for. And he basically called it on the nose, because the guy, I forgot who it was, said effectively, like, it's not that Star Citizen's a scam or it's never gonna be made. It's just never going to be at the scale that Chris Roberts says, because Chris Roberts is always over-promising and under-delivering. Elliot just called them the circus. Okay. Yeah, even Squadron got downsized. Every game reaches this point. It's not a unique to Chris Roberts thing. Every game has the point where they're just like, we gotta just pull this off. We gotta do this. And so they start cutting content, removing things they need to remove because they gotta have a deadline, or they have to have like the game function. Almost no games end up being perfect the way they launch. Like, a good example of this is Stardew Valley, right? Stardew Valley has had multiple post-release updates that are basically brand new games, where it's clear that Concerned Ape either wanted to add those originally, but wanted to also get the game out, or they came up with them after they were working on it and decided they wanted to go back and fix it after the fact. So cut content is either turned into DLC or free updates later, or just removed from the game entirely. No Man's Sky, yeah. I don't mind reused assets as long as the story is really, really good. I don't think you're going to see Star Citizen. I do not expect Star Citizen to have like Oscar-winning stories, y'all. I think CIG is going to stumble into making a story, figuring out what works, and eventually sitting down and doing it. They're on that process of doing it, but I wouldn't expect CIG to be good at it yet. As Dell pointed out, CIG doesn't even know how to fucking introduce factions properly. Like, there's no primer, there's no discussion, there's no, like, no reveal. It's just, this happened now. And it's like, cool, could I have a see it or have a say in it? It's like, no, fuck you. Like, just look at Fight for Pyro writing, exactly. Now, I've also heard people say, well, Paul, you're wasting your time by doing lore content for Star Citizen when it's still in development. They're just going to retcon everything. And the answer is probably not. A lot of the basic stuff is probably going to remain the same because it's in Squadron. So they won't retcon it if it's already in Squadron. They're going to have to stick to whatever is in Squadron as actual things. So they'll have to write around it. But there's a lot of basic fundamental stuff which is introduced into Squadron, like what the UEE is, what citizenship is, who the different various alien races are, who the Vandul are, who the Xi'an are, the Banu, the Tavaran. They're all like mentioned in the story at some point. Chris Roberts products have always been solid B-plot sci-fi, and that's good enough. Yeah. Yes, 4-4, we were literally talking about that. I have it up right now. What they changed was the last paragraph. That Rough and Ready controls Ruin Station now. That's sort of a fuck you, I think. Oh, by the way, they've always controlled it. Like, this is some fucking Games Workshop level retconning. Because that means Rough and Ready's in control of Pyro. Xenothreat is no longer in control of Pyro. Rough and Ready is the top dogs of Pyro. It's always been the case where Ruin Station is the headquarters, the hub of actions in Pyro. Female Astartes. Well, no, it was female Custodes, but like they did the same thing with the Necrons. They did the same thing with the Rogel Dorn battle tank. Oh, that was always there. The only time they ever sort of actually handcraft a reason why the lore changes is if it has to do with Space Marines. Because if it has to do with Space Marines, they know that people get mad if they change Space Marines just willy-nilly for no reason. And that might hurt their bottom line. So that's why the Primaris exist, because they had to create a reason why they were selling Space Marines at a bigger scale, and why their older Marines and newer Marines were different scale, so that they could be like, well, this is the reason why. Whereas everyone else is like, fuck you, it's always been like this. Didn't hear that. Low volume and PTU gunfights. Didn't hear what? Oh, that the Ruin Station changed? Yeah. I told you they're getting rid of Xenothreat and making Frontier Fighters the new bad guys. I think that's the case, yeah. What happened to Xenothreat anyways? I haven't heard from them since Xenothreat Incursion. So, likely, what CIG is doing is it's clear that Xenothreat didn't represent the story elements they wanted to represent. They were obviously intended as being the default bad guys, but CIG also realized that a lot of people wanted to be part of Xenothreat because of their message, and they're probably like, oh no, no. So they basically are retconning out Xenothreat. They're eventually going to probably make Xenothreat more and more minor force until they eventually just disappear. And the Frontier Fighters, as you're right, Fishy, they're probably going to be replacing Xenothreat as the main bad guy faction. That feel when you write antagonists that are more compelling than you meant them to be. They're supposed to be just space racists. They're supposed to be space Nazis, effectively. The sort of generic bad guy you could put in anywhere and be like, everyone dislikes those people. and found out that, you know, that's not the case, especially when you make them anti-corporate. People are like, yeah, fuck the corporations. And so she's just like, oh, fuck. Now you have folks who want to be frontier fighters. This match just kill everyone. I think CIG is going to have to come to the realization that you cannot tell a story the way they are telling the story in a fucking sandbox game. What they're going to have to do is something I've been saying for a long time now, since, well, at least for a couple months now, because since the debacle that was the Frontier Fighters reveal, every faction that you can play with needs to have, you need to be able to play with almost every faction, unless it's some specific faction, like say the Overlords, right? Which are a small faction of groups of people where you can't, like, they're like a tight-knit family sort of thing. But even then, I think you should still be able to work for them. Every faction players should be able to work for them. But all of them are going to have advantages and disadvantages, and all of them are going to personally affect the player in a specific way. But instead of having thousands of factions, you shrink it down to a manageable 20 or so. And each of those factions has one person that the player is invested in. One character, maybe 2 or 3 if you want to get spicy about it, but at least one character that you can connect with. And each of those characters will interact with the other characters of other factions, some positive, some negative. Rowena Dooley should have a positive relationship with the head of Hurston's security, right? They should be old friends or colleagues. Like the head of Hurston's security should be the childhood friend of Rowena Dooley who went off to work for Hurston's instead of joining the military. So they talk and hang out, but they're like they give each other shit for what each of them are doing, right? And you should have, or the liaison for Crusader security that you work with, because that makes it easier to tell stories. So you can tell stories between these different characters, which players can interact with. But each of these factions has their own unique flair and their own give or take. So the stories you tell are how these factions bounce off each other, rather than some sort of narrative story with good guys and bad guys. Because if you try to tell that sort of black and white story in a universe you created with lots of shades of gray, and also a sandbox, people are going to want to join the bad guys. In-game events should affect the power of the factions, yes. And sometimes players should have absolutely no control over that. Like, you're part of the Frontier Fighters, and the Frontier Fighters get absolutely dicked over. Pick the wrong side, you know? I'll say it out loud. Some people are just bad people. Yeah, but it's a video game. Like, a good example of this is Fallout New Vegas, right? Fallout New Vegas, in my mind, is a good blueprint for a sandbox story game, because Fallout New Vegas is all about the sandbox. There is no right answer. There's no good ending or bad ending. They're all just endings. No faction that you can support in that game is overarchingly good or bad. It's just you have the power to affect those endings in a certain way. So, as a result, your actions will have positive or negative reactions to each of the factions. And it is possible to effectively piss off all of the factions where you are ending up with yourself as the only member of the faction. Everyone in New Vegas is various shades of dickish, and you get to choose the one you prefer. Yeah, and I think that's the way Star Citizen should be pointing towards, where and each faction has a couple of characters that you interact with. That's probably too much for a multiplayer game like Star Citizen. I think, like I said, 1 to 3 characters that you can connect with, but those characters should be your main connection anchor point to that faction, and you should be able to be invested in that character in some way, shape, or form, so that they are a representation of the faction you're part of, so people understand what you're getting yourself into. It's to both, Paul. It's to both. I don't know what that means. Also look at WoW. Both sides are both sides are the bad guys and to the other side, but players can join either side. Yeah. Because when I talked with Dave Haddock about his ideals of like how to write the universe, he effectively said the whole universe is supposed to be shades of gray. There's not supposed to be an overt good guy or bad guy. There are some people who are supposed to be better than others, but have their flaws. And some people who are worse than others, but have their good sides. It'll be all fun and games until CIG makes a hot lady as the main interacting NPC, and then we'll see that faction take over the galaxy. I mean, let's be honest. CIG should be populating the factions with hot chicks and funny dudes. And I'm not apologizing for that statement. Ever. Maybe even hot funny dudes. I've said it before, but CIG's writing team should be shooting for shipping culture. Even lightly. I saw a post from GDC, from the recent GDC, from narrative designers, who mentioned that your writing should be weird and thirsty. And I was like, yeah, look how many thirsty games there are that people fucking love. Baldur's Gate 3 is thirsty as fuck. It's also weird as fuck. Like we just talked about Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is both weird and thirsty. So it's just a bunch of you walking around? Yes, exactly. Thank you, chat. Thank you for pumping up my ego there. Funny hot guys. Zenless Zone Zero is thirst. Well, it's because it's a Hoyoverse. All Hoyoverse games are thirst in video game form. You want women to play Star Citizen? Get some hot dudes. Some hot, classy motherfuckers. I mean, like, and some hot women. Women will thirst the fuck out of hot people, all right? Just saying. Women in the audience can back me up on this one. You put some interesting hot characters in your video game, they'll be like, ma'am, sir, ma'am, sir. Whew. Henry Cavill, yeah, is a good example of that. Asterion and Henry Cavill types, yes. Tarkov has terrible story, but zero thirst. Tarkov's main focus isn't on its story, though. It's on emergent gameplay. I've learned, if I've learned anything from interacting with nerdy women, it's that the secret to attracting them is hot women and Conrad Kurz. Yeah. Mark Strong is right there also, yeah. Someone mentioned Zenless Zone Zero. Not to bring back the furry conversation we've had before, but there is a butler in Zenless Zone Zero that I have seen more women thirst after than I have ever believed was possible in video games. And it's just a furry. Girl One Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Hey, it goes good. We were talking about mech supremacy with the Geo video and talking a little bit about what this actually means for the game beyond just the Geo. Things like jump jets, which may mean things like arrestor systems that will let you eject from your ship and not die in atmosphere. Also the future development of the Atlas, and then we got into story conversations, and I was talking about how the secret to a good Star Citizen story is characters, and specifically thirsty and weird characters. You're all degens who need Jesus. I mean, I'm not wrong. And I was commenting that I've of the women I know who play video games, one of the easiest ways to get women interested in your video game is to have hot men and hot women. A very specific brand of hot men and very specific brand of hot women. Again, thirsty and weird. I've seen a woman thirst so hard after the furry butler, her heart rate spiked to 140 and she fainted on stream. Are you serious, Fishy? Check out Becky if you haven't get a chance to. Now, obviously, CIG is not Hoyoverse. They're not going for the same crowd, and CIG's got its own style and those sorts of things. But there is a severe lack of thirst in Star Citizen. Like a severe lack of thirst and a severe lack of weird. A good example of weird is Tessa Bannister. Tessa Bannister's perfect for her just sort of quirky attitude, the manic pixie dream girl sort of thing. And nobody even knew what she looked like. She was just a voice, and people were like, I will commit genocide for this woman. One problem I see with CIG is they will use a single personality one time and they seem to disappear. Miles, Dolly, Tessa. Once their activity is done, they never show up again. Exactly. That's a big problem. They need to create reoccurring characters which are interesting for every event. It's too bad Tessa is an Uncle Wilkes collection. Yeah. There's a lack of character development in game, though, and I think once that comes, everything will follow. I think that's another thing. But they need to establish these characters in the first place. If you don't even do the beginning part of establishing whom the factions are through use of characters as sort of a liaison between the faction and the player, then you lack that establishment of that buildup of a story which people can then connect to. Do you know how many people? All right. Who's your favorite character in Destiny 2? It's one of 3 people. Those of you who played Destiny 2 have a character. You immediately, when I said that, you immediately had a character. It's probably Cade. Petra is another one. But there's a name. There's a character you connect to, right? I also like Dinklebot. I miss Dinklebot, Q-Pen. I feel like he got fucked for no reason. But you see, Destiny 2 is a good example of what CIG could be doing, because each of those characters represents different factions in the game. Now, I think most of those characters are part of the Guardians, but you're still like, they're still like from the different like internal factions, the different classes, like the heads of the different class departments or whatever. But there's a reason why you go to them. And then what did Bungie do? They often would interact with each other and talk with each other about various events that were going on. Zavala wouldn't just be on his own; he'd be talking to Cade or to other folks like that. You know, so like all of those characters were interacting with each other, but they were also standalone for their own missions. Using Destiny 2 as sort of an example, I think CIG could go beyond that, because Destiny and Bungie is very small in scope compared to Star Citizen. Even the bad guys in Destiny have good character growth and lore. Yeah, and CIG shouldn't be going for good guys and bad guys. They should just be going for people trying to vie for power. Establish their creed first, yeah. I've used the example of WoW in the past with like the various leaders, Sylvanas Windrunner, Thrall, Jaina Proudmoore. All of those characters are pretty iconic, but a lot of them were also borrowed from Warcraft. So much for that raid, Deadeye. Welcome everyone from Deadeye Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Not gonna lie, I quit Destiny because I felt like Fortnite Battle Pass bullshit, like chores, not fun. Honey, it's time for you to do your daily nightfall. Yes, dear. I mean, that's still kind of MMO, though. Star Citizen may not have dailies, but it's going to have something like dailies. Dailies and weeklies. Well, welcome everyone from Deadeye. We're just talking about the ATLS and what it means for like the GEO and what it means for the future of the ATLS and like a lot of other things. And we've been discussing the story of Star Citizen and how CIG needs to sort of shift gears away from what they're doing towards a way to sort of establish the universe better. Because personally, I still think that CIG's perspective on telling the story is still too locked into Squadron 42. Because like Squadron 42, there are good guys and there are bad guys, right? You have hero and villains. You know, and the villains might be shades of gray, but they're still villains. You still shoot them. You may be able to choose to shoot them or the other bad guys, or maybe to help you or whatever, but there's like a story going on. You can't do that with Star Citizen, because Star Citizen is a sandbox. And if you want to establish that sandbox experience and you still want to tell a story, that story needs to be told from factions bouncing off of each other, you know, being forced to interact with each other. And how do you get buy-in for each faction? Well, you need to establish that faction and what it's good and bad for, either mechanically or narratively, preferably both, to the player. And the best way to do that is mission givers, a face that you can put onto the faction that you want to work with. So they already have done this before too. Dooley is a good example for the advocacy. They could do Miles Eckhart for Miles Eckhart Security. They've done Tessa Bannister, not Bannister, but Tisha Pacheco for the Otoni Syndicate. They've done Wallace Klim for the what I call the Klimpar Shaft Syndicate. Like, they have these characters, and they should be introducing them for every major faction. Headhunters should have a liaison that you talk to who acts the way a headhunter should, how you should see headhunters act like. Rough and Ready should have similar things. So should Xenothreat. So should Frontier Fighters. So should Citizens for Pyro. They should all have a liaison that captures the essence of that faction that players will associate with. Patches being tied to story events could pause, and we could get a patch where they introduce the faction liaisons without a major story event or some BS story. Exactly. I think that's what CIG needs to do. Like, I don't mind the fact that we're doing this sort of story events that they want to do, these grand story arcs, but I think they really need to buckle down and start introducing these factions as characters, as players to gravitate towards. You gotta personify the factions. Exactly. The leader being the voice is never seen in the actual events. Like, instead of all the leaders in Siege who ended up being dead, there should have been a background leader not in the event. There could have been, but I didn't mind the fact that they had the leaders. I think that's actually a good... Siege is a good direction they could go for. But that's also using a bunch of one-off characters, which you can't tie to. But there should have definitely been a leader behind... what is it? Balan Kato? Or am I thinking, who is the main bad guy in Siege? It's been so long since I played it, which is the reason I don't remember. But you're right, there should have been somebody who's ahead of the main bad guy, who's orchestrating everything and sort of manipulating what's going on. Now, obviously, you can't do something like Siege of Orison every month, you know, or every quarter, because that's an incredible amount of effort for just a small thing. You know, voice acting, motion capturing, all that kind of stuff. It was Ninetales, but it was the leader was, I forget, there was the name, the Siege of Orison leader had a name. Mendo Ren is his name, Mendo Ren. I'm looking at the Siege of Orison on the Tools Wiki, and it just has Solanki Lieutenant, Admin Lieutenant, and Mendo Ren. Yeah, Mendo Ren should have been the main, maybe been the main bad guy that you kill, but you focus on the leader of the Nine Tails, who's not Mendo Ren. If they're working on developing narrative in the background, that's fine. But after 6+ months, we're getting the same events with almost no narrative. I won't be as accepting as I am now. Yeah, no, CIG needs to evolve by the end of this year. It needs to evolve into something we're doing. But if it's the same shit that we got with Overdrive and Save Stanton and Fight for Pyro, if we're still getting and you know. This supply or die. If we're still after like 9 months, we're still getting this shit. Yeah, there needs to change. Things need to improve. It does take time for them to get all these things, these ducks in a row, and make them work. I understand that. And that's why it's important for CIG to start that process now, so that by the end of the year we have an understanding of the factions, what's at stake for these factions, what's going on. But because it takes time, like I get that. But if they're not already doing this, then it's going to be a problem by the end of the year. Got a real writer, that Elliot. I mean, they have Dave Haddock. And Dave Haddock is the writer in there. And Dave Haddock is the person who wrote the script for Squadron 42. But that's not how game or any sort of writing generally works. You're going to have multiple, especially with video games, you're going to have multiple people writing the narrative. The question is more, does Elliot have the support to make missions that are intriguing on top of making characters that are intriguing? Because Elliot wrote Nine Tails. He wrote Mendo Ren. He wrote the Siege of Orison. That was his baby. He did that. And Siege of Orison is probably what I would say, maybe not a gold standard, but the silver standard. It should be the base assumption that Star Citizen events go off of. It should be, in terms of its design, in terms of its narrative, that is how Star Citizen events should be written. Because it's a lot more it's sort of an evolution of Xenothreat, and which is good. But because you have Dooley, who you already have an established relationship with, you have Mendo Ren, who's a menacing bad guy who's constantly shit-talking you as you go through. Those are good. And all it requires is the voice acting from Mendo Ren. CIG seems to either not have a plan or they keep changing the plan so frequently they might as well have one. Why can't I choose Rough and Ready as my Pyro faction, for instance? It's a good question. Like, I think that probably has more to do with their faction system not working. It's clear by now that all of the stuff that CIG said they claimed to have done, like the reputation hostility system, they didn't actually have it done. They quietly pushed it aside and said, oh no, it's finished. And either it didn't work or it wasn't ready for prime time and it wasn't like fully implemented properly. And so it never got implemented. When 4.0 came out, it was just not put in there. It may be one of those things where they're waiting for 4.0 to stabilize before they put it in, but then why the fuck did you have 4.0 anyways? It's kind of the point. At least Elliot didn't probably write these missions without someone telling him what to do or not. Collaborative art. Video gaming is a collaborative art. Elliot is not in control of only one thing, and Elliot isn't the only person doing things. Elliot has a team of people who designed those missions, and I'm sure each of them were given either an individual mission or they sat in a room and collaborated throughout ideas of what they could do and the narrative and story, and they kind of pieced together a decent story, and then they broke it up into how they could show these off with missions, and then each of them were given a specific part of a mission to design or whatever. That's just how those sorts of events work. What if CR hired a huge writer out of a single for a single story? I think that'll happen eventually, but just not. Star Citizen it would be wasted on the Star Citizen would be wasted on that right now. I think I'm gonna go stir some shit in Discord in Spectrum, and ask what happened to the reputation hostility system. It was supposedly being implemented, but then 4.0 comes out and it seems to be completely absent. There's no reinforcements coming in. There's no sort of full thing. What's going on? Well, why was it? It was supposed to be added and then never was actually added but it was told that it was in the game. You'll probably get banned. You'll get banned probably. Nah, I won't say it in a way that's saying CIG lied to us. I'm just going to ask about this system, which hasn't been mentioned for a long time, which was a big indicator, was a big part of what people were looking forward to with 4.0, and it doesn't seem to be implemented, or at least not implemented fully. The story would be fine if it was actually in game in some way. I don't think writing is the issue; it's the implementation. Exactly. That's what I've been saying for a while, is that the story of of Fight for Pyro wasn't bad. The twist that the Frontier Fighters were actually, the slicers isn't a bad twist. It was just presented in an awful way that no one could have judged the switch. It's one of those tropes in mystery stories where, like a movie or television show or a book, where the writer is trying to outthink the reader, but instead of giving the reader hints so that they could solve the crime, they could solve the mystery earlier in the book or in the TV series or in the movie, they just sort of reveal that it was this person all along who you had no idea or no suspicions for, and it just shows up so that the writer can go, ha, got you. It's that kind of story writing. It was the presentation of the story, not the actual story itself. That's why people got pissed, was because CIG went, ha, got you, and then as a rug pull, and people were like, what? Okay, first off, how the fuck were you supposed to know? Second of all, I don't give a shit. I was there for not me, but I mean, most people were. I actually was headhunter. I don't give a shit because I was there for the skin. Or they said, but I actually like the Frontier Fighters. I don't give a fuck. I wasn't tricked that they were bad. I know they were bad. I wanted them to be bad. I want to be bad, I chose the pretty colors, yeah. There was no indication the player to tell them know that information, unlike with Xeno, where they had screens telling us the story and where the goal, etc. Yeah. And that's the thing about Star Citizen, and it's a unique challenge that I don't envy CIG or the mission design teams or the narrative team in tackling with, but it also sounds fun, if I'm going to be honest. Would I like to do it? Sure. Would I fuck up? Oh yeah. I would absolutely fuck up, because I don't know how to do this. I have ideas, but I'd fuck up harder than they are fucking up, probably. And they also have limitations in terms of design. They don't have the tools. They have to fight probably Chris and the management team to even implement stuff like this, because I'm sure a lot of these decisions have to be signed off by Chris, so it's probably Chris being like, well, let's just do the narrative stuff I'm used to, not this more dangerous open world stuff. Because all of even Chris's open world games still had a story with somewhat linear nature. You would go from one place to another and another and another. There were some options and branching stuff, but it was always sort of a story. You would always end at a place. There would always be a place to end the game. between privateer and freelancer and starlancer and stuff like that. There was never sort of, this is a universe that exists despite your existence. Yeah, but like, you'd admit you'd fuck up. You fucked up, yeah. I'm not throwing shade at CR specifically, or any of the writing team or anything else like that. Like I said, I'm not a narrative designer for a video game. I've never done anything like that before. I'm not in the room with CIG is discussing these factors. I don't know the limitations. But what I do know is what they're doing right now isn't working. And if they really or truly want to tell a story in Star Citizen that's going to engage players, they have to incorporate elements of what make people want to play the game in the first place, which is the sandbox nature of things. And also, of course, incorporate real-world consequences to your actions. Like, I personally believe if CIG fucked over Frontier Fighters players by not giving them a skin or forcing them to do community service effectively to get their skin, then players would be pissed as fuck. But I kind of would respect that decision. What, we got skins? No, I know, Fire. I'm saying that what if CIG, the rug pull from CIG wasn't the Frontier Fighters are the bad guys. It was the Frontier Fighters are the bad guys, so you get no rewards. Congratulations, you now have a criminal record. All of you who have gone through any of the Frontier Fighters missions are now have a high crime rating with the UE. So if you go into Stanton, you're going to get hunted. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Yeah, exactly. Like, would some people be mad? Hell yeah, they'd be mad. But like, if the point was, haha, we tricked you, learn to read better, dumbasses, then there should have been consequences. And those consequences should have been commiserate with what was going on. Because effectively, you were working for terrorists. Most people don't just get a slap on the wrist, even if they were accidentally working for terrorists. And it would teach players, because there's, limited consequences, because it's alpha, you could easily just go to jail or hack your crime stat down or whatever. There could be a way that you could just sort of get rid of your crime stat and be done with it. But it would also sting, because you're like, I picked the pretty colors, and CIG was like, those pretty colors were a lie. We tricked you. Learn to read. Even if they fucked up everything else, even if it was like the whole presentation was still the same and bad, that would be more impactful than what we had. But my skins crowd would hate it. Yeah. And I think it would also send the message of, you're not guaranteed skins just because you data mined them. This kind of CIG's attempt at what Helldivers 2 did. No, I mean, what I was saying, yeah, I guess kind of like that, where like their actions would have consequences, your choice would have ramifications. CIG showed the skins. I thought they were data mined first. It's far more fun to have it the way you described. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if in the FF turns out to be bad, Super Earth turns out to be the fascists, etc. I kinda. They were leaked first, but the Power page had the skins listed. They were, but people asked when they announced they're handing you if they would hand you skins, so they post them on Spectrum because they'd already been leaked. Did you see Arrowhead got called to the UN to give a presentation on that? That's funny. That's funny. For that raid. Welcome everyone from Admiral Pooks. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Okay. The United Nations asked Helldivers 2 Studio if it could give a talk on psychological manipulation. Could we brainwash an entire community to fight for fascist state? Turns out, would we be okay with that? Turns out, yeah. I mean, Arrowhead is no different from Games Workshop. Games Workshop does the same thing. The secret to that sort of storytelling, by the way, if CIG is trying to tell that story as well, because I would like to remind the entirety of the chat right now that the UEE is not good. The UEE is actually kind of really bad. It is a oligarchical autocracy. Controlled by only who the elite choose to rule, because you only get citizenship if they choose to let you into the club. But the secret is that the UEE is the devil you know. It is the lesser of two evils. And that is always the way of telling those sorts of stories that get people invested. People get invested in Super Earth, not because Super Earth is good, but because people know that Super Earth is bad. But so are the Terminids. So are the automatons. So are the, I always blank on the squids. The Illuminate. They're evil. They're not good either. So it's a choice of, well, these people can speak my language and are giving me things to do. And these people want to turn me into robots. These people just want to eat me. And those people want to turn me into zombies. Do I choose the totalitarian boot or being turned into mindless robots, being turned into mindless cyborgs, being turned into literally husks, or being turned into food? Yeah, humanity or not humanity? That's the question. I pick humanity. It's the same trick that that 40K does. The Imperium is awful, evil. Like every writer in Games Workshop will tell you, no, the Imperium is fucking awful. It is a parody of how bad things can be. But it's like, do you choose to be a slave in a mine working 14 hours a day so you can barely make ends meet, or get turned into bio goo for Tyranid hive swarm, or have your brain explode because a demonic incursion occurs, or be like liberated and forced to work just for a bunch of blue people doing the same thing but worse, or being bashed, or having your head cracked in and your body thrown around like a rag doll by an orc. Like, it's the lesser of two evils. At least if you work in that slave mines, you might be eventually live to the age of 40 versus dead tomorrow. I don't like to get out of my ship and do this FPS combat in Star Citizen because 10 times the number of bugs. Yeah, that's true. See, that's my problem with both Helldivers and 40K. In order to make their universes work, they had to come up with excuses and justifications for fascism. Yeah. But, like, that's the whole premise of Grimdark. The whole concept of Grimdark is the world's awful. There is no good. Everything's evil. And when you look at that in terms of a fantasy universe or a sci-fi universe, if you look at it in terms of a storytelling, it's sort of good to wallow in depression sometimes. People enjoy when reality show up. Hey, Director Gunner. I found some of those really important data pads in Hathor today with the data entries, 2853. So that's neat. Yeah, I need to like people. If you find those data pads, send them to me on Discord. I definitely want to start updating my own records for those. I saw one. Somebody sent me one that was like an email of somebody trying to resign their position, and Hathor getting back to them, being like, "I'm sorry, this is bad, but fuck you, we're not paying you." The data pads have been working since since Save Stanton. It's just not all of them work. Hathor high key evil too. Yeah, no, Hathor is fucking awful. Again, Star Citizen is a dystopia. I don't know what Hathor is. So the new stations that we have in 4.1, the like a line and mine stuff, those stations are all former Hathor mining stations that were built in the early days of Stanton terraformation and colonization. Hathor is pretty famous for being incredibly corrupt and really fucking bad. To the point where they had the control of a system that was called Hathor in their name, that they basically exploited for resources and never policed. So as long as the bandits and outlaws that would come into the system didn't bother them, they didn't just let them fester. And when they ran out of money, when they ran out of all the resources they could exploit and ran out of money, they just abandoned their stations and left. Even though they were supposed to take care of the system and monitor and patrol it, it was just too expensive to do that. So they said, fuck it. So bandits took over, and that system eventually became known as Nexus, which is a literal hub of crime. It required the UEE to actually send a joint military police force into the area to clear out those gangs, and they're still fighting in that system to clear out those gangs even to this day. It's a fucking quagmire of just local gangs showing up and other gangs coming back in from out to go fight the UEE. It's a fucking mess. And in their last gasp, they opened up a bunch of mining system stuff into the Stanton system, which had been recently discovered, so they could take advantage of it while they were running out of money. So they were exploiting their workers stranded on the edge of the galaxy, edge of human space, forcing them to work or be abandoned. tap your Moby, yeah, against it. That would be nice. I think CIG will have some kind of good faction for Star Citizen, but it's never going to be a faction that is overtly good, or it's still going to be kind of a lesser of a few evils, and it's probably not going to be super powerful. Bremen, I think, is a good one, but Bremen's going to be a lot more California. Does that make sense? Levski is going to be very... Everyone's going to get mad because Levski is garbage. Like, the one thing I've heard is that, like, the people complain about is that Star Citizen's direction is either fascist totalitarian state, which is clean, or places which are anti-authoritarian or just garbage.
Cody Fox 00 just got a sub from Director Gunner. Director Gunner gifted a tier 1 sub to Cody Fox 00.
Thank you for giving that sub to Cody Fox there. Director Gunner, you're both very important puppers, very impressive. This is very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. Are they different from Pyrotechnic Amalgamated? Did they just collapse and the battery showed up after? Effectively. But they're very similar. Pyrotechnic Amalgamated and Hathor are very similar companies in terms of sort of the message being that companies are really bad at running systems because they often lead to corruption and crime, which is the main story of Stanton. That's the whole conflict in Stanton, is that Stanton has this spike of crime, very, very like visibly represented by the Nine Tails, that the companies can't deal with. And the UEE is too weak to deal with because that's the whole point of Stanton. Stanton was supposed to be sold to these companies so that they could take care of it. Basically, the UEE has been making the same mistake a bunch of times and refusing to learn from it. Why would they learn if they could just control who has access to the vote instead? No, I get the complaint, Iris, and to a degree, CIG does need to lean, like, kind of rear back on the whole non-UEE must be dirty, but like even Levski should still feel like old. It should feel like run down because it's just beyond what it's intentionally designed to do. And I think they could spruce up Levski a little bit. But Levski, I think, hits that right balance of sort of old and broken down versus, like, functional. From the size of ArcCorp being a planet is one big city, I think there should be a few CZs spread out in with various factions. Have you heard of the Depths, Rugar, Blood Moon? Because that's exactly what they're going to do. They're calling it the Depths, but it's a PvE version of CZs. An instanced PvE version of CZs, where you effectively have infinite dungeons, where you go down to an area, you clear out one section, and you go to section 2, and it's like each section is generated, because they're instanced, they're generated for you and your character or whatever, and you can constantly go down there. So I think that's the case. I'd have to watch it again for the more details, but it's definitely going to be an instanced PvE version of CZs. I think with the fortune price at 175, CIG is tactically implying they overprice some of these ships. I think the Golem is going to be around 90, and I think Levski is where the Golem will shine. I don't think it'll be 90. I think it'll be more expensive than the Cutlass, but not by much. But it's going to be cheaper than the Prospector, so that nobody can cross-chassis upgrade to the Prospector. So you either have to melt your ship, your Prospector, and buy the Golem, or you buy it individually. The secret the CIG's been doing is they want to make sure that the new versions of the ships that they're releasing are not the same price, but cheaper than their old ships that they're already out. So that way people can't cross chassis, just spend $5 to get the better version. They have to melt and then use the credit, or otherwise. I don't see a starter being over 100. It's not a starter ship. It's a career starter, like the Prospector is. Is there anything you've recently started researching more in Star Citizen lore that stood you out as particularly interesting? I've been looking into the Banu. The Banu have a very interesting culture. So, contrary to what I thought, Banu do have romantic relationships, and they do form romantic attachments. It's just rarer for them to form romantic attachments than humans or Xi'an. And the Banu really don't like sex. Well, they enjoy it, but like, it's not something that they see as part of a romantic relationship. They don't seek it out like humans or Xi'an might. And the whole purpose of sex isn't procreative. Like, procreative sex is a business. You know, you have children with somebody so you can sell those children to a rearing suli. But monogamy is not a thing that the Banu really stick to. They don't have marriage. There's no concept of marriage amongst the Banu. But the one thing that the Banu do have is friendship. Banu are ride or die. They are very friendly, because friendship is a transactional relationship. So the Banu view all relationships, everything in the world, everything in the universe is a transaction. You always get something from somebody or something. Everything you do has to have a purpose to its action. And I say transactions, maybe people are going like, Ferengi, not that way. You talking with somebody who's a friend of yours, you both get something out of that friendship. It may not be monetary, it may be emotional, or it may be convenience, but you get something out of that. And so the Banu throw their whole selves at that friendship if they're able to. Because the Banu do not believe in half-assing anything. If they're doing something, they're whole-assing it. They are locked in. They do not dilly-dally, they lock in. And they lock in for even fun. Fun is serious business with the Banu. A balance, a give and take, an exchange, exactly. So like the Banu love gambling, racing. They love the Sada Ball. They also love karaoke. Big fans of karaoke. They love any sort of display of skill. And luck is a skill in itself. So, like, it's often mentioned in the Wayfarer's Guide to the Banu Protectorate, or the Rust Guide to the Banu Protectorate. They say, if a Banu offers to go out partying with you, fucking take it. Because a Banu doesn't party. They fucking party. If they're offering you to go out drinking or to go out and have a good time, you are not going to ever forget that night. It is going to be the wildest night of your fucking life because the Banu take partying as seriously as everything else. Not all Banu do that. Some Banu just like staying inside and playing games. You know, playing games, watching vids. They like playing games. Games are a big part of their culture. But it's always transactional. It's always, like I said, it's an exchange, equivalent exchange sort of thing. And their language is very much like that too. For instance, when you talk with a Banu, if you say thank you to a Banu, they get really worried. Never say thank you to a Banu, because thank you to them is as if they did you a favor. Meaning you owe them something. So if you owe them something, then there was some sort of implicit agreement that they didn't know that they made the agreement to. And that might piss them off. Even if it's benefiting them, you know, they have a favor that they can cash in with you. They don't work like that. Everything has to be explicit. There's no implicity in Banu culture. It has to be explicit. I mean, there are some Banu are jerks, obviously criminals and stuff like that, who will use implicit things for their own advantage, but. Human, thanks. Oh, Banu, oh wait, there's an unbalanced exchange? No, exactly. But it's like a Banu would say something to the effect of, when you say a thank you to a Banu, you say, we both benefited from this exchange, right? Because to them, that means like, okay, we're equal. We're leaving it equals. We both got something out of this exchange. We're good. Just nothing that implies that some sort of agreement was made and that you owe them something or they owe you something. That is not okay. Let me pull it up. This stream is exchange and beneficial to both of us. Exactly. Let's see if I can pull up. So here's a couple of ways of saying thank you. Sato, which means I am pleased. Inolui, which means you are courteous. Tanya Nindo, which means this is mutually beneficial. And Teo Soa, which is this is precisely perfect. Yeah, they're very must keep the ledgers updated, yeah. So their culture is all based off of that. For instance, if you, for whatever reason, join a Suli, once you've joined the Suli, you are an asset to the Suli, and you must be protected at all costs. So if somebody wants to kill you when you run off to join a Suli, that Suli will protect you from whoever's trying to kill you, because you're an asset. But the protection of you costs something. So your protection will increase your debt to the Suli by some measure so that they can deal with you. They will, when that dude shows up to kill you, they will fucking shoot him in the face. And they will help you bury the body. But they'll charge you for the bullet and the labor. One of my favorites is how they say sorry to each other. So Banu will never take blame or fully admit fault if they can help it. Because again, transactional. You admit a fault, you owe something, right? It might lead to implicit debt they don't want. Their form of apologizing more or less directly translates to, I acknowledge / recognized you're offended. I'm sorry, you're sorry. It's something you have to get used to when dealing with them. Yeah. I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah. One of the options is when pushing through a crowd, you need not apologize, simply barge through with itapapa or itapa, etapa, tapa. You scream atapa, which means warning, I'm warning, alert, look out. It's basically like, I'm coming through. Just inner New Yorker. I'm walking here. Sorry for all New Yorkers for that awful accent. If you've made a genuine error or mistake, you can quasi-fess up with, I acknowledge an error / mess up mistake occurred, which is se bubu dezetto. If you're in immediate danger of life or death and death nature, don't hesitate to yell, "Bubuyu," or "Bubuyu," which means help or help. Getting my best worst act? Yes, Victoria, that's fine. Ben are just space New Yorkers? No, kind of. So now, if you do scream help, for instance, if you scream help like that, bubuyu, you are basically like, I'm about to fucking die. Somebody please save me. Now, if you say that, a Banu will run to help you. But life is a transaction. If they save your life, you owe them your life. So a Banu will hear you say that and they'll be like, I'm about to end this man's whole career. You know, like, about to make some money. I need to be saved and are willing to pay for help. Yeah, exactly. Also, if a Banu asks you for help, it is rude not to ask for something in return. I'm about to set this man on a whole new career path, yeah. What happens if you outlive the Banu that saved you? Then you're free. The debt's erased when they die. But there's always a transaction. If you're asking for help or if someone's asking for your help, there's always something to be paid in response. Where is my ship so I can start my metagame loop of pirating PvP? When does it come? The earliest it'll come is June. The latest it'll come is the end of the year. And Banu don't live that long. Yeah, they live to 60. 50 to 60 years old. Slightly less than humans do now. And I imagine if you ask for a small thing in exchange for Banu's life, that might be insulting. Exactly. Iris gets it. Like, To a Banu, since life is exchange, like everything in life is a series of exchanges, they have to be equivalent.
Them biddies.
See, this is why the 4-hour Banu video is needed.
Yeah, but how do I write that? Like, how the fuck do I write that? That's not interesting. Commensurate to what you need. So Banu are a walking T-chart? I don't recognize that, but maybe. $300 years, I think. 400 years is Xi'an. Do a 4-hour Banu podcast roundtable with Banu cultural and language experts. Just me and Major Star Stuff sitting down and talking. Accounting? Okay. But yeah, so the other thing to note is, as I said earlier, Banu do not hear for shit. They have awful hearing. So me talking like this right now to you is a whisper to a Banu. It would sound like mumbling to them. They can't really hear it. But they have eidetic memories, really good eyes, and insanely good noses. Jail's another one, yeah. Yeah, David Lederman, yeah. Banu may not mind farts. So one of the cool things, this is the thing I was going to talk about earlier, is that CIG could do the funniest fucking thing. Because the Banu have a unique ability for smell, which would be a great addition to hygiene gameplay, where if you don't do proper hygiene and you're breaking into a Banu facility, or your enemy that you're fighting is a Banu, you could be hiding and they'll know exactly where you are because they could smell you. So they could smell something is different in a room because it wasn't there before. This is a new scent there, so they'll go straight to where you are. Yeah, Bender got, huh? That's interesting and new. Yeah. Like, that's a gameplay mechanic, right? Like, that's like straight up NPC. Like, oh fuck, they're Banu here. Did you take a shower? Why? Did you take a fucking shower? You have some fucking deodorant on you because we're gonna get fucked if you don't smell. Banu would die if they entered an anime convention or Warhammer tournament. There's no such thing as a bad smell to a Banu. There is, the closest thing is a toxic smell. Like if they think you're toxic, maybe. But even the Banu language, like the Banu language for hello, like an informal hello, is you smell interesting. It literally translates as you smell different, or just you smell. And it's funny because it even says in a language guide that if you know a Banu and you meet them personally and you respond with the proper informal greeting, they may go, "How do I smell?" Like literally like, really, how do I smell? Like they're inquiring on what you're smelling. But yeah, Banu can literally pick you out of a crowd. If they know what you look like, they could find you in a crowded room, either through their eyes or through their nose. Is this why Wicklow is a hologram? Because no one bathes in the verse? I wouldn't be surprised. Axe body spray. Olisar. Isn't it like some Asian countries have like neutral deodorant? Like deodorant that's like, that doesn't mask smell, but it's sort of like, with like scents, it sort of just like neutralizes the smell. Like a literal deodorant, yeah. Also, the Banu have entirely adopted Chow. They love Chow. Like, this is like Chow, like it's like goodbye. They fucking use it all the time. They say Chow Chow is the way they say goodbye. Yeah. I wonder what it would smell like. What I would smell like. Probably angst and gunpowder. But yeah, it's become their word for goodbye. Like chow chow means be prosperous. Chawinjatoso is a prosperous you will prosper more. And then there's also Mike Mike, which is get rich. Their greetings for each other is I hope we are let us both be prosperous and get rich together. That's how they say hello. Their like formal greetings is it is an auspicious day for us to be here together. May we both get rich together. And your response is may we both get rich together. Like that's their response. It is suspected that one of the reasons we are so sensitive to thoils and sulfur compounds is because one of the great die-offs involved the sulfur compounds as a fatal toxin. All that is to say is that if the Banu did not have this evolutionary pressure, they may not find some of the worst senses to be an issue. They still have toxic smells, but they're very open to smell. Their language is all about smell in it. Like, if they weren't to insult you, they would call you a toxic smell. Like one of the most insults, one of the most cutting insults a Banu could say is that you have a neutral smell. It basically means you're basic. You're boring. Thiols. Okay. Thiols. Oh, interesting. Get out of my nose, not worth smelling. Yeah. It's gonna be probably one of the things. Like I completely forgot about beats. Banu don't count the way we do. They count in beats. A beat is about 5 seconds. 100 beats is 8 minutes. 1,000 beats is 1.4 hours. 5,000 beats is 7 hours. 10,000 beats is 14 hours. 5,000 beats. Okay, that's just them memeing. Fuck you, CIG. 5,000 beats. Does anyone guess how many hours 5,000 beats is? Or 50,000? 50. Does anyone want to guess how much 50,000 beats is? How many hours that is? It's a meme. That's all I'll say. Yes. 69. $50,000 beats is 69 hours. Fucking nerds. Or about 3 days. 100,000 beats is 140 hours, or about 6 days, a Banu week. 1,000,000 beats is 58 days, which is a season, or what the Banu call a short contract. 10 million beats is 579 days, or about 101.6 years. This is a Banu year, or a standard contract period, not general timekeeping focused on contracting. 6,307,200 is 1 human year, which they call a year. They have their own beat calculation because they have to deal with humans. So, a year. Yeah, it's Y-I-A. Y-I accent out of the I-A. Yeah. I looked it up, and the event I mentioned is the Permian-Triassic extinction event. Oh, interesting. Thank you so much for that raid there. Welcome from everyone's Cypher. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Nick's coming sooner than later, eh? Yeah, this year. I think it'll probably be in PTU testing by the end of the year. Let's see. We're good. Wrapping up the night to looking at some Banu stuff that I'm doing for my Banu video on like who the Banu are, all that kind of stuff. There's, to give you context, y'all, this Banu language guide, which has a bunch of lore in it, is 387 pages. I would say about a fourth of it is all lore content. I would walk 500 beats and I would walk 500 more just to be the Banu that walked 1,000 beats and fell down at your door. Banu sound very ASPD adjacent. Do they have empathy at all? Of course they do. It's just empathy is transactional. Banu don't believe in altruism. Doesn't make any sense. Would the Banu help somebody? For sure, but there would need to be some sort of exchange for it. There must be a balance, yeah. So like cognitive empathy, like people with ASPD. What is ASPD? Antisocial personality disorder. Okay. Yeah, but they don't. There is remorse. It's just you play by the rules. The balance has to be happening. Like a Banu doesn't want to be owed anything, but they also don't want to owe anything, but they don't want to be owed anything. Like a Banu would feel like distress if they thought somebody owed them something. Because like they have no ways of calculating that. Like, how do I calculate this? Like, oh, you're a lifesaver. Like, you owe me your life? What? What am I going to do? I don't have any place for you to live. I don't have you know. There's a change in ocean temperature warning caused by planktons and similar small organisms kick off a whole chain of events that led to hydrogen sulfide dominant in the atmosphere. To quote Wikipedia, it's the Earth's most severe known extinction event, with the extinction of 57% of biological families, 83% of genera, 81% of marine species, and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. It's also known as the mass extinction of insects. It's the biggest Big Five mass extinctions. This isn't the big dying, is it? If you did a Banu a favor and you didn't give them a chance to repay you for it, they would be very uncomfortable. Exactly. Yeah. Like Luminalia is a holiday that we borrowed from the Banu, and in Luminalia, the big idea of the Glow Festival is you show up at a Banu Suli, and they will feed you for free. However, you're supposed to give them gifts in return. So it's for free, but you still need to like give them something as a show of your appreciation. Iris has got the right one. Oh shit, we're borrowing it from the Banu? What did the lease cost? See, the Banu fucking love that we use Luminalia, because they had no fucking idea when to use it. The Glow Festival just sort of happened whenever they felt like it. And so the humans started taking the festival and using it for their own and put it at a specific date every year. And they were like, oh God, okay, order. We know what the world is now. This is perfect. We can go have fun with human friends. We can go participate in the Glow Festival with human friends. Hey, Ex Libra. No good deed goes unpunished and compensation must be paid, basically. But like, for instance, it's the act of giving the gift that's important in Luminalia, not the gift itself. So when you go to visit a Suli and they feed you and they have conversations with you and they hang out with you, when you give them a gift, if the gift is meaningful to you, even if it's what you can afford, that's all that matters. It's not really about like what you give, as long as it's the act of giving something charitable in return for the generosity of your benefiters, of the people who are helping you, is what's a matter. So it is sort of like some kind of empathy sort of thing. It's not like transactional in the sense. It's more of like a show of sacrifice that both sides are willing to sacrifice for the benefit of all. And Alcimar, you're not wrong. If you don't bring a gift, you can buy a gift from them and they'll give it back, and you give it back to them. Basically give them money, but you know. What do Banu eat or drink? Yes. I am not joking. just about everything. The things that were incredibly toxic to humans or to even Xi'an are just like snacks for the Banu. It's a holiday intended to strengthen bonds between communities. Exactly. All are one Suli is the whole point of Luminalia. All are one Suli. What did Jerry just eat the fruit in the wrapper? Yeah, that's the fun story, is that the first Banu that ever got in contact with humans was brought before a table of food and told that they could eat any of the food. And they were very generous about this. And were promised to pay them back, obviously. And the human scientists observed as Jerry ate everything. And some of that food was still in its wrapper, and they ate the wrapper. The food and the wrapper at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if Jerry was like, oh, all of this is food, and then picked up the plate, was just like, they pick up the fork, it was like, because the Banu can eat anything. They have complex concepts of taste. Yes, they're the species that share a tea. What is it called? Pitha Iganga or something like that? Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, it's a gift from Baba has the ceremony. Oh, I gotta look it up. I'm trying to find where my, like, the stuff for it, but yes. Sloma. Sloma is, that's what it is. Sloma. So, Shloma, which is from the Shlomadon. The Shloma is a tea that is brewed with whatever you bring to the tea. And it's drank, everyone drinks it when you make a business. So when you're doing a business deal or any kind of deal, they pull out the Shlomadon, and every Banu puts something into the Shlomadon. Including if there's like humans present, you have to put there too. The idea is that it brews, and as you put it in there at the beginning of the conversation, it brews and boils so that by the time you're done with your deal, you have this concoction of what was made, and then it is served out to everyone, and everyone drinks it as a sign of we all agree on this deal. Like, the visitor from Clothing Suli gave a rich gift. That means we can engage with them in lucrative trade in the coming time period, in the coming, Banu year, you know. Yeah, exactly, Eurus, you got that. A symbol of your business partnership, as brief as it is. Business partnerships aren't necessarily brief in the Banu either. Human pours Jack Daniels. I mean, humans wouldn't mind it. You actually have to remind the Banu, especially if they're not dealing with humans, that there are things that will kill a human. So like it's quite common for Banu interpreters, like human Banu interpreters, to be like during a business deal, talk to the Banu and be like, human appropriate. What if you put in there has to be human appropriate because you could kill us? I'm like, oh, right. I can't put the rocks in. All right, I can't put, you know, this deadly plant in. Oh, Banu get drunk. Oh, they get fucking smashed. Banu party. Like they will get ripped ass drunk. They just can handle it a lot more than humans can. Like I said, it's they say in the language guide, like if you have a chance, if a Banu invites you out to go partying with them, boy, you about to get ripped. It is about to be the fucking Hangover Part 7. You know, it is, you are going to have the wildest night of your entire life. And by night, I mean, you are going to be partying until the sun comes back up. Like you were leaving at 8 p.m. and not coming back until 8 a.m. 12 hours of pure partying. No sleep, all high octane, you're doing something. But the nightshade adds such a lovely scent to the tea. Exactly. That's how they work. Intends in seeking to excel at everything they do. Exactly. Everything they do, they must excel at. That's why everything is transactional. So everything they do is a transaction because they value themselves. And if they're going to get somebody to work for them, they're showing that they value that person whom they're working for, they're working with, or they want to work with, because they want to show that they value their skills. So like empathy to a Banu would be like, I want to do a business deal with you because I know you're good at it. I think you are good, and this is me showing compliments. That's why I'm negotiating hard for you. I'm still going to negotiate so that I'm getting the better deal. I want to get the better deal because I still want you, but I'm not going to intentionally underball you because that would fucking insult you. But it's also implied that, like, I joked that, like, you know, go out with a Banu and you might end up with no liver at the end of the night. No, Banu if you are partying with a Banu, you are that Banu's, like, best friend. And that Banu will fucking throw hands for you. They will commit genocide for you if it goes down like that. Like, Banu with human friends, when a Banu and a human are friends, it is like a bond that is only broken. It's like a bond between like a dog and a child. Like, that is not being broken. That shit is sacred. People, like, nations will fall before that bond is broken. The planet fell before Tajiri did, yeah. A Banu has a very short amount of time, so for them to share their time with you is no small thing to put on their ledger. Exactly. So the story of the duck, the MSR, we saw a little segment of it where, like, we meet the Banu who's in cryogenic stasis. The reason why Alex Dugan is fighting so hard to get her Banu partner out of his her Banu business partner out of his prison, is like cryogenic prison, is because that partner of hers has probably murdered for her, like, and will do it again, like unflinchingly loyal to her. The belligerent duck, yeah. I forget his name, but I forget the name, but like that Banu has done things for Alex Dugan that probably not even her own parents have done for her. Maz, yeah, Maz Hulan. Howard the Duck? No, the Belligerent Duck, which was a joke, by the way. The reason why she named it the Belligerent Duck was because she won it in a card game. Again, it's not subtle who she's referenced. She is Star Citizen's Han Solo, but she won it in a card game from a guy who had some. He named it some fancy ass shit, like some really like hoity-toity shit, and she called it the Belligerent Duck to piss him off. Because like you sew up your own ass about this shit. I'm calling it the Belligerent Duck now. Then would not Banu adopt Spanish for communicating affection for romantic partners? They might. The hell's a aluminum falcon? Yeah. So like the thing you have to understand about the Banu is that they love humans. Everything about humans they love. They find humans fascinating. They think that human and human culture is wonderful, and they want to do and be around humans all the time because humans are not Banu, which means they're unique. They're different. There's no Banu who's going to be like a human. They're just completely different. And since the Banu seek this sort of novel experience, being around a human is a huge deal. Which is the reason why humans are highly sought after by Banu Suli in ways that are mostly illegal. Do Banu serve in the UE military? It's never been explicitly stated that the Banu serve in the military, but it has been implied that there may be Banu citizens. So if there are Banu citizens, it wouldn't be unsurprising if the Banu did serve in the military. We know that Devarin served in the military. There could easily have been, because the Banu have been around humanity for so long, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of Banu combat veterans. And someone else asked if a Banu would be super good at what they do. Yes. The Banu also have a weird, in terms of like combat, the Banu have a weird military structure. Their military structure is a militia, which is volunteer. So if you fight for the Banu militia, you want to be there. But remember how I said Banu is a transactional relationship? If you're volunteering for this role, you're being paid in other ways. So the Rust Guide is actually great about learning Banu. A lot of stuff mixed in the alphabet and translation stuff. Yeah, Hare, that's what I'm pulling most of the stuff from that. Which that's what's interesting about the Banu culture is that it's the same thing with the Xi'an. If you read the Xi'an language guide, it has a lot about how the Xi'an society are. So like it's said in the language guide for the Banu language guide, the Rust Guide, that like a lot of Banu militia are just pirates. They're just criminals. Why is that? No one's going to question them. They're the ones who are like legitimately offering to defend the Banu, their fellow Banu, and defend the rule of law. Why should they question them? They're giving up their time to help everybody else. So if they get something on the side, okay, they need some kind of pay. They need some sort of thing. The Banu crewman is the only one happy with the UE naval mess. But yeah, like every single story I have heard of a human being sold into slavery to the Banu, it has never been a bad thing for the human. The human always benefits significantly from that transaction, because almost always the people who get sold into slavery, into Banu Sulis, are teenagers. And they're usually from very bad backgrounds. Like, they were kidnapped, or their parents were criminals, or whatever. And all of them got better because of their time in the Suli. They got out of the Suli and then used their experience in the Suli to become successful, engineers or pilots or business, like entrepreneurs. There's not a single negative experience that I've been able to read about humans being sold into Banu slavery, other than the whole fact that they were sold into fucking slavery. But it's such a weird dichotomy, because it's like this traumatic, awful event where you're being sold into fucking slavery, and then you spend like 20 years of your life being cared for and taught and being allowed to leave once you've paid off your debt. Enjoying this fun hang teach. Thanks. I got one of your t-shirts, RPG fan. Oh, thank you, NM. Yeah, slave. It's indentured servitude. They want to make teammates of us. Yeah, not really pets. It's more like colleagues, crewmates. Like the typical sci-fi cliche of like the tight-knit crew that are sticking through to thin and thin. That's what the Banu want. That's what a Suli is. It's assets, but it's beyond assets. Like, when you're part of a Suli, you're family. There's always transactions in there, but like, there's no way for a younger Banu to learn the tricks of the trade unless there's an older Banu who teaches them how to do it. Now, may that younger Banu add a little bit of debt to their full, what they owe in order to learn from an older member? Sure. Obviously, there's got to be something that, transaction there. But the older member is teaching them the skills that they can then use to possibly accelerate their earning potential, so that they can then get out of their indentured sooner. And they'd only do it if the older Banu offers to help them, if they think they can get something out of it. And the older Banu earnestly wants to teach them how to be improved and how to do better. Like, it's a genuine relationship between these two people. And sometimes there are platonic and even romantic relationships that form out of these, where they're just friends. They get something out of it by being friends. They both enjoy their time together. They're funny, they're engaging, whatever. So like, there is still sort of like this moment, but it's like, I'm your friend, you're my friend. We are both getting something out of this relationship, so this is the transaction. We both enjoy each other's company. But because Banu do not have a mid switch, they're either at 0 or 11. You are friends. You weren't enslaved, you were recruited, yeah. Technically your own, but as a highly valued resource, the Suli profits from your success. And they pay you back for they still exchange, your labor is exchanged for something. Like, when you're laboring for them, that labor is going to pay off your debt of what they had to pay to get you in the first place. And they're still giving you food, shelter, all the things you need to survive. If a Banu calls you a friend, you have somebody who will take down a kingship to protect you. Exactly. So what would the relationship between a bad Banu and a slave look like? I'm assuming they aren't as good as the bad rich Banu. Again, using slave is probably the wrong term for it, because like, Banu society is all slaves. Everyone is a slave in Banu society, except for the Esso Sulis. If you're using that. All Banu are transactional. You're sold when you're young. When your parents give birth to you, you are sold to a child-rearing Suli. Your debt is then, because like, you're purchased by a child-rearing Suli, and that child-rearing Suli will pay your parents money to take you. They will then raise you, giving you like lessons and everything but giving you affection and love and all the things you need to grow up and become a stable, normal Banu, teaching you all the lessons that you need to learn. And then they will, once you are old enough, they will sell you to like an education Suli. And that education Suli will then buy you for what you're potentially worth, which will then pay off the debt that you accrued a little bit. Like they're still gonna earn some money from raising you up to where you are. And then when you go to the education Suli, they figure out, what are you good at? What do you like to do? Where do you want to, how are you good at what you're doing? And they find out what you're best at doing, and then they train you in that to be as good as possible in that field, and then they sell you to whatever your first professional Suli. And that professional Suli, you get to work with experts, and it's your first job, right? Your first career. And that is your final debt you have to pay. And most Banu work off that debt by the age of 30. About halfway through their life. And about 30, once you've worked out your debt, you pay off your debt, you can go anywhere. You can go join another Suli where you have a contract where they have to, there's a transaction there. Or you can start your own Suli and get other people to come in and pay them for their time, that kind of stuff. Cousin Crow. Yeah, Cousin Crow was worked for a Suli. He was never sold to a Suli. He was specifically say he was loaned to a Suli. And based off of my understanding of Banu culture, he was probably given to the Banu Suli for a contract period rather than being outright sold by his mom. It was more like they would take in Cousin Crow to work in their factories and work with them, and they would pay his mom for that privilege. And so then he would have to work there until the amount of work he did estimated the debt that was owed, which would be about a year. And then he would go back to his mom and live with his mom a little bit and then come back. And there are such things as bad Suli, yes. But a bad Suli would be like an SO Suli who sucks ass. Because SO Sulis can be dicks, because Banu are not immune to being dicks. And it's usually like SO Sulis who like crash their Suli, are bad at negotiating, are bad at what they do, don't know what the fuck they're doing. So they can get a lot of their Sulis in trouble if they do so. And they can be, that means that you could like, I think everyone suffers when there's a bad Suli. And there are ways to get out of that debt. Like if the SO Suli is dead, usually that means all the debt is erased. So it sounds like medieval Renaissance apprenticeships. It's based off of that. It's part family, part guild is what a Suli is. I get good and bad here not like, because the Banu don't really have a concept of good or bad. Like that's too binary for them. Life is too complex for them, for things to be good or bad. I mean, there are such things as like good or bad deals, but those are like life lessons, Don't make those bad decisions, sort of thing. And what's bad for you may not be bad for the person who out-negotiated you. Sounds worse than the Jedi. Well, can you leave the Jedi at 30? I don't think I think once you're in the Jedi, you're basically stuck there. It can be bad simply because the Banu don't understand some human morality, yeah. It's like a really tight-knit guild, though. Like I said, as someone said, if you have a Banu friend, you have somebody who will destroy a kingship to keep you safe. I keep saying bad Suli, but what about criminal pirate Sulis? They exist. You gotta remember that a Suli is all about being the best they can be at whatever they do. So a criminal Suli would just be really good criminals. And the concept of Banu law in the Banu society is very fluid. A Banu law would be
Dem biddies.
So, if a Banu Esosoli took an interest in Renaissance Italy and decided to mint their own currency, would you have to do all deals with them in Dogecoin?
Yes. Iris, thank you. So they're moral nihilists in a sense. Kind of, yeah. But they're super friendly about it. Do Banu have sacred text? They have what's called the council. They have two gods. What are their gods? Casa and Terranin, which is the patron of luck and the great traveler. There are more than those two, but those are the two most common. They have a pantheon, but those are the two ones that you always see. They're called the council is responsible for the moral dictums that define and direct Banu society. And they require such objectivity that the council, which is itself a Suli, is insulated. The council are Banu who do not actually interact with other Banu. They're monks that do not discuss or work with outsiders. By outsiders, I don't mean humans or Xi'an. They love to work with humans and Xi'an. They just never, ever, ever talk with an outside Banu. Ever. That's forbidden. Hey, Max. Does Star Citizen finally end back on track with 4.1? It's okay. It's still got some problems, but it's okay. Any Banu in the Senate? No Banu in the Senate, no. Yeah, they have their own planet. It's probably the most serious law that the Banu have is nobody talks to the fucking council. Like, the council actively looks for non-Banu material. So, like, you would see a Banu council, the Banu council would eat like whammers. They drink pips. They would actively avoid anything that is anything to do with the Banu, because that would be influencing the decisions on what is moral and not moral in Banu society. They do. The planet that they have separate is called Treese. The Banu sort of are in constant negotiation. They negotiate frequently, but that's the Protectorate. The Protectorate is weird. So every Suli deals with each other individually or as a group. And sometimes planets will get together and all of the members, like Esso-Sulis are representatives from all the Esso-Sulis from that planet, will get together and decide what they're going to do. But the gathering is where the Protectorate meets on Bacchus 2. And these are where representatives from every Suli, big and small, go to meet. And they do this once a year. And that gathering is designed specifically to negotiate how do we deal with non-Banu. It's sort of generally what are our laws within each other? What do we want to respect and not respect? How do we maintain a society as we exist? How's everything going? How's everything good? But also, how are we going to deal with the people who are not us, who do not understand what we do or how we work? How do we ensure that our deals with humans work? Well, we have to standardize our shit that we sell to humans, because if we sell the kind of shit we sell to each other, they would fucking explode. because they don't know how to use it, and they don't understand the nuances of what a Banu Defender looks like with a size 3 engine attached to it. They don't know what a Banu Merchantman looks like when you strap a size 10 railgun to that bitch. Yeah, Banu can invent a new Suli, but a Suli requires at least 2. You have to have an SO Suli and a member of the Suli. Not all Suli have a merchantman, but a lot of them do. It's sort of the headquarters of most Suli is a merchantman. Do you know if a human could become a Suli? Yeah. Humans have been in Sulis. I don't know if there's ever been a human SO Suli, but there might be. How do the Banu join the Council Suli then? Is it only the ones that are born to it, or do you have to have something to join to the group? There's no explanation to that. I assume that the entire planet of Treese is itself a fully insulated Banu society. So like birthing Sulis, rearing Sulis, schooling Sulis, education Sulis, and then the Council. And I assume that once you've gone through your life and you reach to the point where like they decide your education, they're figuring out what you do, if you're not going to go to the Council, you're yeeted. You're just fucking sent off to somewhere else, and only the people who are worthy of staying on the Council will stay in the Council, will stay in that education Suli and then move up to the Council. But we don't know that. Does Suli human could be like part of their family? So, yes, humans who are part of Sulis are basically like part of a Banu family, and they always take something with them. Famously, let me pull up the name of the person. So there's a Ketsu Reef is a famous station in the Hadrian system. It is the main landing zone of the Hadrian system. And a woman by the name of Delilah Havers, she was captured by slavers when she was a teenager and sold at market to a Banu trade Suli. When she got there as a teenager, they taught her how to speak Banu. And so she became a translator for the trade Suli. And when she was working through the Suli was pretty good. They just needed a human to be able to talk back and forth with other humans and other people who were speaking human. So she became very, very close friends with the SO Suli and a lot of the negotiators who were part of the trade Suli that she was sold to. And so when she earned her freedom, she remained on payroll, basically. She decided to keep working with that Suli and worked as a contractor with that Suli, so she would trade with him. She'd go to human space, find some interesting things, go back to Banu space, and trade with the Suli. But when she was going through the Hadrian system in 2881, she noticed there was an absolute shit ton of abandoned space stations, because there's no, like, physical places to land in the Hadrian system, but it was on the border of human-Xi'an space. Over the course of the human-Xi'an Cold War, the Mezzers had built gigantic space stations, like hundreds of them all across the system to defend the system against a Xi'an invasion. So when the war came to an end, many of them were just abandoned. So as she was traveling through the system, she noticed a ton of these different stations, realized they were abandoned, came up with an opportunity based off of her Banu upbringing. She came up with the idea of creating a Banu flotilla, but for humans. So a Banu flotilla is where a merchantman stops at a place which is, like say like a Lagrange point. They would stop at a Lagrange point. Another Banu merchantman would come up, they would dock, they'd talk, they'd stay docked, and then another Banu merchant would show up, and then all three of them would be docked together, and then more Banu merchant would show up, and they'd all dock together, and it would create this big, huge conglomeration of docked ships as sort of like a makeshift space station. And all of these Banu would then trade with each other in this flotilla, and then some of them would leave, and others would come back, and all these sorts of things. So she came up with this idea to create her own artificial flotilla. So she bought these abandoned space stations, tractor beamed them over to a Lagrange point, and then connected them together. And when she did that, she realized, because she grew up on Goss, she remembered as a kid these underwater formations that were beautiful, which she remembered were called Ketsu, which is the Banu word for reef. So she started, because it looked like reefs on a reef on Goss, she called it Ketsu as the name of the station. So the station was called Ketsu Station. But when people say, what's Ketsu? She would say, that's reef. So over time, people just started calling it Ketsu Reef, which basically means reef. So that's the main landing zone in the Hadrian system, is based off of a Banu flotilla from a woman who was sold into slavery to the Banu and then turned that whole experience into a thriving business. This is what CIG actually wrote, Fishy. Great Wave of the River of Avon or Torpenhow Hill. I imagine either in pieces or with a lot of ships. So stations in the Star Citizen universe often also have thrusters. So they have some minor propulsion to be able to move. Maybe not very far, but adjust their orbits or move them things. So she could also just use the thrusters to kind of move things. It says she had them transported, so. All right. I hope Star Citizen focuses on small personal stories like that. Squadron can tell the grand naval story, but the smaller personal stories are presented through the Star Citizen. That's what I was saying about why characters are important, because the character representing characters for each faction. Yes, they can reflect the faction, but they can also be a personal connection with a personal story. All right, y'all. I have been streaming for almost 5 hours. I'm going to be streaming for at least 12, if not 18 hours tomorrow. So I'll be up bright and early at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is 6 a.m. Pacific, where we're going to be playing some Star Citizen. We might be doing some Zero to Hero. We might be doing some other things. We might do a little chit chat about Star Citizen stuff. So make sure you're sticking around for that. We're going to be raising money. It's going to be I'll be streaming for as long as you want me to stream. The more you donate, the more you subscribe, the more bits you give, all that kind of stuff, the longer I will stream tomorrow. Because I'm trying to raise money for my PC rig, PC build. I am now down to, get up real quick. I'm down to the power source, the motherboard, the cooler, and the SSD. Well, also the graphics card. But I already have the processor. Already bought it. It's on its way. It's a Ryzen 7 9800X3D. I already have my RAM. I already have the case. So, for fun fact, if the entirety of what's left over, which is about all of what I just listed, other than the graphics card, is the same price as the graphics card. So my power source, the cooler, the motherboard, and the SSD that I'm getting, all of those together is the same price as one graphics card. Avoid rock motherboards, and for coolers, can't go wrong with Cooler Master. So I'm getting a gigabyte graphics or motherboard, and I'm getting the Thermal Lake TH360 because it's pretty good and pretty quiet, as well as being pretty cheap for it. And I'm also getting Corsair low noise ATX. Oh, he said raising money, not raising money. I mean, I'm going to do the same. So my hope is that by the end of this month, I will have enough money to be able to purchase all of those things that I just listed, except for the graphics card, which means I have to earn about $700. Which GPU to go with? Well, I haven't purchased it yet because they're not available generally. But what I'm looking to purchase is a 9070 XT or a 5070 Ti. It's more likely that I'm going to be able to get a 9070 XT than a 5070 Ti. So that's probably what I'm going to be getting is the XT. I've never bought a AMD graphics card before, so this will be my first. Instead of getting a 50 series card, what about getting a higher end 40 series card secondhand? Might work, but the problem about the higher end 40 series cards is they're as expensive as the 50 series cards because they stopped making them.
Hey, a tip.
SCAP, super chatted $99.99. Money you say?
Thank you, SCAP. Escape. God damn it, dude. But the hope is that by May, by Invictus, I should be able to have a brand new gaming PC, which you'll be able to see much better performance, much better graphics, and everything else like that with Star Citizen when I play, and also with my footage captured and stuff like that. So might be easier to go with full Team Red. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. I already have the AMD, processor, so. Let me look it up real quickly, because I doubt I can find anything like that. They're all sold out. I mean, to be fair, it's been like a week. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with us. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll play some games. We'll chat a little chat. And then I'm going to be in the afternoon. I will be playing early evening afternoon. I'll be playing with Loken. We'll probably do some Space Marine as well. So thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.